Trump is now saying he will denaturalize migrants who undermine national tranquility and deport any foreign national non-compatible with Western civilization. What does that even mean? I think he's rightfully upset and on the right track. Okay, but he's not rightfully understanding that he isn't a king. Denaturalizing someone means revoking their citizenship, which can legally only be done if a judge rules they lied or concealed information during naturalization or illegally procured their naturalization. I mean, we don't even denaturalize mass murderers. And how the heck does he plan on deciding which foreign nationals are compatible or not with Western civilization? Look, the president sent out this tweet in the aftermath of the brutal murder of a National Guardsman by an Afghan refugee, which exposed a grave issue. Just because people came into America through legal mechanisms under Biden doesn't mean they were properly vetted. Okay, but again, that doesn't mean he can break the laws of our nation to denaturalize anyone he deems dangerous. You need to separate out Trump's impassioned tweet from the actions he's taken since the murder of the Guardsman. And tell me if you're against this. First, he has ordered the State Department to pause the processing of visas for Afghan nationals. I'm sorry, but approximately 200,000 Afghans have entered our country since 2021 under Biden. One bad apple isn't the reason to totally upend the entire system. There are roughly 180,000 more Afghans who helped the U.S. military during the war, whose applications will now be paused because of this snap decision. Just like you don't like the all cops are bad reaction to a few racist cops, you need to stop with the all Afghans are bad shit after one tragedy. No one's saying that, but we are saying this exposes an underlying issue with the vetting of individuals from third world collapsed nations. The records of these people don't really exist, so you can vet all you want, but what information are you vetting? Which is why since this tragedy, Trump has also paused all asylum decisions until it can be, quote, ensured that every alien is vetted and screened to the maximum degree possible. Well, Trump has already effectively stopped any new asylum claims at the border, so this move affects the asylum claims of those already within our borders, which is approximately 3 million people. But ironically, this may actually slow deportations as this stops asylum approvals, but also denial. So this will just make our immigration court back up even worse. Look, a lot of people abused our asylum laws under Biden. It's a program that was made for those fleeing persecution and turned into one for anyone fleeing poverty, which essentially could be the whole world, including you. So I think the whole program needs fixing. But yeah, those are just two of the substantive moves Trump has done in response to the murder of the Guardsman. And I just can't see how pauses to ensure better vetting is controversial. Well, because in his post, he made it clear he wants anyone gone who undermines national tranquility, whatever that means. So these pauses are essentially guises towards a broader anti-immigrant agenda. It's group punishment, even though immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than non-immigrants. Voters elected Trump largely due to his tough on immigration stance. This is what democracy looks like. This tragedy opened up our eyes to the work that still needs to be done. Yeah, we'll see democracy at work during the midterms, and you'll see how popular all this shit is. Gladly. Pete Hegseth may have committed a war crime. That is a bunch of nonsense. Let's explain what's happening. Sure, so the Washington Post did some great reporting and found that on September 2nd, Pete Hegseth ordered one of his strikes on an alleged drug boat in the Caribbean, and the strike happened, and all was typical. The commanders were watching the vessel in flames for a couple minutes until they saw 2 wounded survivors aboard the wrecked ship. And the Special Operations Commander ordered a second strike to reportedly comply with Hegseth's instruction, which was to kill them all, and this second strike blew the survivors into shreds. Okay, first off, before anything, it's important to know that this entire Washington Post story is based on 7 unnamed anonymous sources, and Pete Hegseth has called it fake news. Okay, so that's the strategy we're using, but Pete doesn't even straight up deny the reporting, nor has he offered any proof disproving it. And even the Republican-led House and Senate have begun demanding a full accounting of this incident because U.S. domestic law is clear, including under the War Crimes Act and the UCMJ, which implements the Geneva Conventions, which is unequivocally clear. You cannot kill someone who has laid down their arms and are out of combat. Okay, I'll play along for a second with the idea that the Washington Post reporting is true, even though I don't know, but this strike was ordered by the Secretary of War and commanded by the Joint Special Operations Command and was executed by SEAL Team 6. Are you making the claim that these military members, who are literally the tip of the spear, the best we got, who know the laws of war better than anyone else, are you saying they all committed war crimes? I'm saying if the Washington Post reporting is true, I do not see an interpretation of the laws of war that would deem the second strike legal. Look, the whole reason we are targeting these narco-terrorists in the first place is not because they're a threat in the traditional sense of pointing a gun at Americans. No, they're a threat in the sense of smuggling poison into our country that kills Americans. And according to the Post, the commander deemed the alleged second strike necessary because theoretically, these terrorists could call other traffickers to retrieve them and their cargo, so the threat was still alive. Which is an absurd argument that could then be used to justify killing anyone out of combat who doesn't pose a threat. Oh, theoretically, they could pose a threat in the future. But also the Post reported that JSOC briefed Congress and the White House justifying the second strike, saying it was intended to sink the boat and remove a navigation hazard to other vessels, not to kill survivors. So it seems their story story is changing between preposterous excuses. Look, what I find absurd is over 100,000 Americans die yearly from drug overdoses, and Trump finally made it a priority to stop the flow of this poison by killing narco-terrorists. And the priority of you is not cheering that Americans are being saved, but trying to punish service members who are killing narco-terrorists. This September 2nd strike was the first one of its kind in this campaign. Let's take the side of those protecting us, not those trying to kill us. Well, what used to make America special was we held ourselves to a higher standard than Russia and China. We consider ourselves a moral people who don't kill the wounded because they no longer pose a threat. Once you start rationalizing war crimes, it begs the question, what else will you rationalize? Look, I still have questions about the reporting from the Washington Post. Oh, please, but then you'd be open to investigations into this, right? I mean, I prefer our priorities to be elsewhere, but sure. Great.
And all right, that's where we're at with that. And we are live, guys. Yo, this is S.E.T with S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. And all right, guys, we're about to get into Trump's engagement with the press. Republicans claim confidence. The Democrats prepare for war, politically, hopefully. And, well, we're going to get into this whole war crime concerning Pete Hegseth and the second strike. But, all right, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, and let's get right into it.
We're in a very nice area, but it's rocky. Any questions? We had some great economic numbers come out. As you know, we're doing very well economically. A lot of factories are being built all over the country and all of that, but very strong numbers came out. Go ahead.
Can you give us an update on what took place in South Florida today, these talks between the U.S. and the Ukrainians?
Well, they're going along. They're going along well. We want to stop people from being killed. It doesn't have much to do with us. And I'd like to see if we can save a lot of souls. A lot of people are being killed. Last month, we had 27,000 people killed in that ridiculous war that should have never happened. It would have never happened to every person.
Have you spoken with Rubio and Whitlock since
I have, yeah. I've spoken to them, and they're doing well. Ukraine's got some difficult little problems. Some difficult problems. But I think Russia would like to see it end.
I mean, the problem is that Ukraine does not want to give up. Well, Zelensky and nor does, I guess, Ukraine's leadership. They don't want to give up territory, but they can't take back the territory. I mean, that's just the problem at hand right now. And Putin's calling everybody's BS when he's just saying, look, we can just take it instead of just doing this peace deal, because it sounds like you guys are trying to work out a way where Ukraine can keep territory, and Putin's not giving in to that. So we'll see what happens.
I know Ukraine would like to see that.
You said that Ukraine has a little bit of problems.
Well, we have a corruption situation going on, which is not helpful.
And is that impeding the peace talks?
I said it was going on for 3 years, right? Didn't I say for 3 years? I said it. So I was way ahead of schedule. But I think that there's a good chance we can make a deal.
Mr. President, on Venezuela, can you tell us more about why the airspace above Venezuela should be considered closed?
Because we consider Venezuela to be not a very friendly country. They sent millions of people, really, and probably a number in excess of that. And a lot of those people shouldn't be in our country, from jails, from gangs, from drug dealers, from all of the people that came into our country shouldn't have been in our country, causing a lot of problems.
So, you know, it's also for a safety reason. You can't have commercial airplanes flying over probably an enemy airspace. Like, we don't want any tragedies to happen. Also, you know, you never know. They could also be preparing for an airstrike. So, I mean, like I said, these might be Maduro's final days. But hopefully, you know, they don't do that. And they, you know, let Maduro give them everything they ever wanted and they move on.
Drugs.
Does your warning mean that an airstrike is imminent, or should we not read it that way?
Don't read anything into it.
The New York Times reported that you had a phone call with Maduro. Did you?
I don't want to comment on it. The answer is yes.
And can you tell us a little bit
No,
about
I can't do that.
Mr.
Would you
President,
say it went well?
I would say it went well or badly.
you can so
Can we talk a little bit about the strikes and the controversy around Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth?
I don't know anything about it. He said he did not say that, and I believe it.
So you don't know if there was
You talking about the two men?
the second strike to kill the two men?
Yeah.
He said he didn't do it. He said he never said
Would you be okay with that if he did?
He said he didn't do it, so I don't have to make that decision.
What are your
Mr. You've made so clear how you're going to keep drugs out of the U.S.
So, yeah, pretty much there was a strike on a boat. Of course, the first strike destroyed the boat. There was 2 survivors, and there was another second strike to take out the 2 survivors. And, of course, it completely obliterated them. And that would be, well, considered a war crime. And that's what they're saying, is that there were two combatants who posed no threat and they were taken out anyway. So we'll see how that story develops.
Can you explain more about why Agent Carden, a notorious drug trafficker?
Oh,
Well, I don't know who you're talking about. Which
Juan Armando Hernandez.
Well, I was told, I was asked by Honduras, many of the people.
oh man, and shout out to my man Gaming, bro. They're trying to paint this as a loss for us is because they want us to get into it. I don't know why, but bro, there's even an Ohio senator that's out there going like, well, you know, we got involved for 9/11, we got involved for attacks on our homeland, so we should treat Ukraine like our homeland. When they get attacked, we should treat it like that, and we should get involved in their war. I was like, bro, shut the F up, like, please. So, yes, there's literally politicians out here trying to frame this as a loss for the U.S. and not just a loss for Ukraine. They're trying to make us feel like we're the ones losing land when they are.
Honduras, they said it was a Biden setup. Not only Biden, look, Biden didn't know he was alive, but it was the people that surround the Resolute desk, surround Biden when he was there, which was about very little time. And the people of Honduras really thought he was set up and it was a terrible thing. He was the president of the country, and they basically said he was a drug dealer because he was the president of the country. And they said it was a Biden administration setup. And I looked at the facts and I agreed with that.
What evidence did you share that he was set up and that he wasn't?
Well, you take a look. I mean, they could say that you take any country you want. If somebody sells drugs in that country, that doesn't mean you arrest the president and put him in jail for the rest of his life.
President, can I just clarify? Do you think the U.S.
That includes this country, okay? To be honest, I mean, if somebody does something wrong, you put the president of the country in jail. They said it was a Biden setup. It was a Biden administration setup. And you have a big race going on this week. Next week, I think it's going to be a very important race. It'll be interesting to see Honduras. That's what you're talking about, right?
Correct, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Well, what is the second part of your question? No, I don't have a deadline. I have a deadline when the war is over. And hopefully the war is going to be over.
Oh, God, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support. And hit the icon above and subscribe to the channel.
27,000 people killed last week. 27,000 over the last 3 or 4 weeks. 27,000 people killed. That war should end.
President, just for clarity, if there, on the Venezuela boat strike, if there were a second strike that killed wounded people, even in the first strike, are you thinking that would be legal?
I don't know that that happened. And Pete said he did not want them. He didn't even know what people were talking about. So we'll look into it. But no, I wouldn't have wanted the second strike. The first strike was very lethal. It was fine. And if there were 2 people around, but Pete said that didn't happen.
Does that make you?
I have great confidence.
He's saying there's no second strike.
I don't know.
So Pete Hegseth is denying the Washington Post story, saying that there was a second strike on 2 combatants who posed no threat. And like I said, if that did happen, that is a war crime.
I'm going to find out about it, but Pete said he did not order the death of those 2 men.
Do you have any concerns about how those boat strikes have been carried out at all?
Very little, because you can see the boats, you can see the drugs in the boats, and each boat is responsible for killing 25,000 Americans. So, and they're doing an amazing job. And you know, we're getting, you just look at the numbers. The amount of drugs coming into our country by sea is infinitesimal compared to what it was just a few months ago. And each boat, think of this, each boat on average is responsible for the death of 25,000 Americans.
On immigration, your administration made a lot of moves throughout the last few days after we know that Afghan national is the suspected shooter of this National Guardsman.
Yeah, people that shouldn't be in our country this year.
So you announced that asylum.
And that includes Somalians and it includes plenty of others.
How long does your administration plan to pause asylum into the U.S.?
I think a long time.
Can you give any
We
kind of time?
don't want those people. We have enough problems. We don't want those people.
Is that a year, 2 years?
No time limit.
And then
But it could be a long time.
you said
We
that
don't want those people here.
Yeah, due to the shooting of the 2 National Guardsmen and 1 woman, But due to that shooting and the crazy background of this shooting, because a guy did used to work for a CIA paramilitary group, a zero unit that will go out and carry out night raids on the Taliban and sometimes innocent civilians. But like I said, we'll put that to the side for now. But yes, he did come through this program through Operation Allies that let these people in because they help us fight against the Taliban. And he came in there through 2021. He got naturalized in 2025, and all of a sudden, April of 2025, and then here we are, like last week. Well, yeah, about last week, I guess, or a couple of really just a few days ago. This guy comes around and shoot 2 National Guardmen. So it is a bit strange. And here's the problem. Now more things are coming out, or more reports are coming out saying that, oh, well, that that whole Operation Allies, the vetting was a bit weak. We kind of just went off the fact that they helped us fight the Taliban, and that was it. I'm like, oh, and how much did we let through? Oh, about 80,000. And we have no idea if they're connected to no other terrorist organization. Nope. So this is where we're at right now.
Understand that?
I understand.
You understand that?
I understand.
Who are you with?
I'm with News Nation.
News Nation. Wait. Let me just say this.
But according to the to the vetting process, it was a rigorous vetting process that they went through for Operation Allies.
We don't want those people. Does that make sense? You know why we don't want them? Because many of them are no good, and they shouldn't be in our country.
What do you mean by those people?
The people from different countries that are not friendly to us, and countries that are out of control themselves. Countries like Somalia that have virtually no government, no military, no police. All they do is go around killing each other. Then they come into our country and tell us how to run our country. We don't want them.
Are you talking
How
about
many countries roughly?
You gotta talk up.
She said how many countries?
Is there a list?
Well, I guess we gave you 19, right?
Okay.
There's probably more than that.
Is that what you mean when you mean third world countries, those 19?
No, I don't think they're all third world, but in many cases they are third world. They're not good countries. They're very crime-ridden countries. They're countries that don't do a good job. They're countries that don't register from the standpoint of success. And we, frankly, don't need their people coming into our country telling us what to do.
When you talk about
Talking
denaturalizing,
about like Somalia, where you have a congressman goes around telling everybody about our Constitution. And yet she supposedly came into a country by marrying her brother. Well, if that's true, she shouldn't be a congressman, and we should throw her the hell out of our country.
Off of that, in that same
Damn.
post, you mentioned Tim Walz, and you called him what many Americans do find an offensive or retarded.
Now, I mean, I think she's actually naturalized at this point, and she's married to a U.S. citizen. So throwing her out the country, probably not. But putting charges on her for sure. But throwing her out the country, I saw her sadly outside the realm of possibility.
Do you stand by that claim of calling Tim Walz retarded?
Yeah, I think there's something wrong with it. Absolutely, sure.
Because you don't
You
think
have a problem with it? You know what? I think there's something wrong with it. Anybody that would do what he did, anybody that would allow those people into the state and pay billions of dollars out to Somalia. We give billions of dollars to Somalia. It's not even a country because it doesn't function like a country. It's got.
I mean, that's why we should stop giving billions to Somalia, because that's the problem. We fund our favorite side in these wars, and then it just turned out to be more bullshit. Then when our side that we fund's in power and they do something we don't like, then we go fund the other side to take that side out of power, and it's just one continuous war zone. Like, yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons why we do need to cut foreign aid, because we do some bullshit with our foreign aid. It is not aid, to be quite honest with you. It is out there to fund basically coups and regime change. And I'm gonna be real with you, we're even doing bullshit in Somalia till this day. Like, I believe we're still bombing people in Somalia. It is what it is.
But it doesn't function like a country. Yeah, there's something wrong with Walls.
Mr. Crispin, you said that you might denaturalize some American citizens. Can you talk
You
about
mean people that are in here that shouldn't be here?
that became Americans? Are you
Well,
trying
we'll
to
see.
revoke
I
their
mean, yeah, we
citizenship?
have criminals that came into our country and they were naturalized maybe through a fight.
Yeah, if they were naturalized through like marriage fraud or something crazy like that, yeah, I mean, they should be denaturalized. You came in here through fraud, and that's not how we do it. So I could see that for sure. But as far as Ilhan Omar's situation goes, it seems like the only person they can really catch up is her brother. But as far as she goes, I think she might be solidified, sadly.
Was somebody that didn't know what they were doing. If I have the power to do it, I'm not sure that I do, but if I do, I would denaturalize absolutely.
What do you mean by
Yeah, do you have a question? Yeah?
What do you mean by reverse migration?
It means get people out that are in our country, get them out of here. I want to get them out. We got a lot of people in our country that shouldn't be here, and they came in through Biden, and he was the worst president in the history of our country. But the single biggest thing he did was allow me the worst.
I mean, and that's what makes it worse. Is like not only was there an open border, people got in here that we just don't know about or have no tracking of, including the 300,000 children. But there's people that we let in through so-called legal means, and we didn't even properly vet. And I'm not going to sit here and throw all the Afghans or all those guys who came over there under the bus, but this does put reasonable suspicion on all of them, all 88,000 of them, sadly. And then we got to look at all of their social medias now, because it's all about national security at this point. I mean, F y'all feelings at this point. I'm sorry. Like, trust me, even I feel some way about this. But when it comes to national security, I got to hold that at the highest point. And so does Trump. He's being honest. He's spitting. He's being real. It sounds racist, but it's what we got to do.
Allow millions of people into our country that shouldn't be here. Drug dealers, prisons were opened up and allowed to come into our country. You take a look at the people that were allowed to come into our country. We're paying a big price for it, and we will for years to come, including the recent killer of two wonderful National Guards people. And I'll tell you what, that animal should not have been allowed to come into our country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Have you spoken to the Andrew Wolf's family? Can you give us an update on
I have spoken to both families. Well, I mean, I can give you an update. They're devastated. Does that make sense to you? They're devastated.
Can you give us an update on Andrew Wolf's?
Well, as you know, the one is no longer with us. And Andrew is fighting for his life. And his parents are unbelievably great people, highly religious people. And they're praying, and they want everybody to pray for Andrew. And he has a chance to make it. But he is, his mother and father, they were so unbelievable. They were so positive. From West Virginia, great state. I spoke with Sarah's parents too. And the only thing I can say, they were devastated. They can't even believe it.
It's absolutely devastating to lose your children. Do you plan to bring them next troops to the White House?
Yeah, I do. I've already suggested it. I said, when you're ready, that's a tough thing. Come to the White House, we're going to honor Sarah. And likewise with Andrew, recover or not, we're going to honor.
I do have one more question about Witkoff, because you mentioned, and this was asked previously, can you tell us what day Witkoff is going to meet with you? And then on that, is that
sometime next week?
Okay, you don't have it. Is it early next week, late next week?
Sometime next week.
And because they're on healthcare, because it's so hard to sell areas.
You know, one of the reasons that healthcare can work is because of what I just did with favored nations. You're going to have drug prices coming down 500, 600, 700% because of me. In other words, we're going to have the lowest drug prices, tied for the lowest drug prices anywhere in the world. It's called favored nations, and you don't talk about it. It's probably the biggest thing to happen in medicine in the last 100 years, and it can have a huge impact, positive impact on pricing for healthcare.
And shout out to my man Gaming. He comes in and appreciate you starting us off, big dog. He says she can have her naturalization revoked. Check Discord for link to DHS and pull it up. I got you.
Okay, what about extending these?
Picking a new Fed chair, are you any closer to that right now?
I know who I'm going to pick.
Tell me Kevin Hassan.
I'm telling you, we'll be announcing it. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. President.
This is a rocky flight. We're going to get out of here before something happens. They asked about my MRI. MRIs are very...
Governor Walz asked you to release the MRI records.
Will you tell us what it was
Governor
for?
Walz, you mean the incompetent governor? So, if they want to release it, it's okay with me to release it. It's perfect.
What was the
What were they
It's like
looking
my
for?
phone call. or I got impeached. It's absolutely perfect. So if you want to hear about it, or if you want to release it, you want to have it released.
Yes,
News Nation, failing News Nation.
Oh, so not fair.
News Nation is doing lousy, by the way. But if you want to have it released, I'll release it.
Please, can you tell us what they were looking at?
For what releasing?
No. What part of your body was the MRI looking
I
at?
have no idea. It was just an MRI. What part of the body? It wasn't the brain because I took a cognitive test and I aced it. I got a perfect mark, which you would be incapable of doing. Goodbye, everybody.
Damn, bro, this man Trump has been snapping on the press lately, like, like, bro, just cooking them every single time. What was it, Piggy? Or see, you ask these stupid questions because you're stupid. And this one was like, oh yeah, I aced the mental test, something that you couldn't do. Like, damn. Okay, bro. cook. But all right, now let's get over to the next one. Trump admin bringing back extreme vetting in immigration process. All right, let's see where this is going.
For more on this, let's bring in Middle East Forum Chief Strategist Jim Hansen. He served in the U.S. Army's Special Forces. There was a big push, obviously, during the Afghanistan withdrawal to bring in those people who had helped U.S. forces. But it seems like some corners were cut, some mistakes were made. Jim, what do you think?
They absolutely were, and we have evidence of that, unfortunately. I think there is a good feeling about wanting to help people who helped us, but that doesn't make it a good idea, especially if we're in a situation where we can't validate their ability to live in a fully westernized society. And I think the Trump administration is bringing back an idea they called in the first term extreme vetting, where you go much deeper into people's belief systems, much deeper into their backgrounds, much deeper into where they've lived. It's not based on their race or anything else. There's no discrimination in it. It's based on the idea that some cultures are different than other cultures, and the people living there may not be suitable to come here and become Americans.
Back when Jen Psaki was the spokeswoman for the Biden administration, our Peter Ducey asked her about some of these people slipping through the cracks. Here's that exchange.
Is there any concern that maybe trying to reach this deadline and get everybody out, mistakes are being made now that there is a report that at least one of the Afghans evacuated to Qatar has suspected ISIS ties?
Well, first, I would say we have a stringent vetting process, which includes background checks before any individual comes to the United States. So I can't speak to one individual, but I can tell you and confirm for you that we take the vetting of any individual who comes to the United States and comes out incredibly seriously.
No, she cool.
I suppose to put the
all right then. Yeah, I read through it. I read through it. Gaming. I went through the DHS document. Well. Or the Chapter 2 grounds for revocation of naturalization. Yeah, I read through it. Ilhan Omar actually does pass the test. She's good. Like, remember, she came here a while ago. Like, she came here in, like, what was it? Born in 1982, I believe. I had to look it up and actually see if she actually matched up for this and if there was any fraud. And there wasn't really any fraud. Born in Somalia in 1982, her family was admitted to the United States as a refugees and arriving in New York in 1995. Okay, the year, well, I'm thinking me and you were born. And later moving to Virginia, then Minneapolis. Refugees who are legally resettled like that can apply for a green card after a year and for citizenship after 5 years in the U.S. So let's see here, according to public records and her own biographies, Ilhan Omar became a naturalized U.S. citizen in 2000 at the age of 17. She solidified, sadly. But that's what I'm saying. That's why I said we can get her brother, but the way she came in is like she good, sadly. But she's actually good.
Best possible light on his admission to this country, maybe.
But because like I read it, and if she got it through any like fraudulent means and anything like that, then yeah. So yeah, like marrying her brother to get him a legalized citizenship, that's or naturalization process or even a green card, that can be revoked. But shout out to my man Jay. He says pissed off Trump is a funny Trump, cooks everyone. I mean, facts. It is hilarious. It is too funny. Come on now.
Maybe he did pass a vetting test back then, but was radicalized in this country. That's what the DHS secretary seemed to suggest, that he had been radicalized here. How do you stop something like that, Jim?
Again, you can go back to the concept that you're bringing people, and look at Afghanistan. How long has it been a tribal nightmare society where they've been killing each other and anyone who had the audacity to come to their country for 1,000 years plus? So if you look at that, why would we bring people who are almost certainly going to be unable to adapt to life in America and assume that they're going to magically transform into model citizens? It's not a smart move. And right now, the president has stopped all migration from a number of countries where we can't validate the backgrounds of people because their governments don't have the information, and their cultures have shown that they're not creating the kind of people we want to bring here who will add value to American society.
Congressman Brad Knott is a Republican of North Carolina who echoes your thoughts. Listen to him.
There are some people who will never assimilate into this country, whether it's because of cultural irregularities or their refusal to submit to Western values. We should not insist.
And then, oh man, damn, we also got to bet on the that there. Let's be real. Did Ilhan Omar actually marry her brother? Did she? Is there proof that that was her actual brother? I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into this a little bit more deeply, but we're gonna find that out. But as far as this goes, yes, the Biden immigration process, they're kind of admitting that it was like they said it was rigorous, but they're pretty much saying that they could have did more. And the problem is they could have did more part. But they did get vetted. And let's be real, the way they got in, I'm gonna be honest with you, they were helping Americans. So the CIA
on bringing those people into the country. Sure, we can help them. But what Biden did is he brought in millions of people without any care, and distributed them around the country. And again, if we
now, fact, one's in the chat if you think she married her brother. Two's if you think she didn't.
Paused immigration in full,
actually,
we would still have a monumental task ahead of us to protect the American people based off of what he did.
Is that task ongoing? Is it too hard to take a look at those people who are already here? What do you think?
It doesn't matter how hard it is, John, we have to do it. They're here. There are problems. We cannot assume that they're going to become, the citizens that we want. And we need to first look at the ones who are here, stop bringing in more. And then if we decide at some point to go back to bringing in more, put in extreme vetting standards that start with merit. Is this someone who is going to add value to American society? Is this someone who comes from a place that's going to, allow them to assimilate? And then are they someone who's going to put the effort in themselves, which you do through personal interviews? Add all that together and you have a much higher bar that needs to be breached by the person. The default should not be anyone can come here. The default should be show us why we should let you come to America.
Yeah, we opened our first hour with the story of the anti-ICE protests that got so violent in New York City. I just want to get your thoughts on that as we're talking about this issue, Jim.
That is a attempt to undermine the rule of law in this country that's been ongoing for a long time. It's more funding from the Open Society, George Soros revolutionary left. And they think we should have open borders. They think everyone should come here because they don't want a prosperous America. They want America brought down to the level of the rest of the world so they can put us into the globalist control and run us the way they run the rest of the world. And I'm sorry, we're not going to allow that. So those protests are going to get shut down soon.
Jim Hansen, good to have you on. Thank you.
I mean, that's fair to do. That's absolutely fair to do. We got to pause the whole process to make sure that, hey, we can't let any more guys like this in. And now we got to sit there and look back over about 88,000 Afghanis to see, like, was this something that's plotted? Can we connect this guy to any of the other 88,000 of them? Because, yeah, he's just one of 88,000. Remember that. Now, you can use that as a reason to be like, it's not all of them. And that's true. Or you could use it for a reason to be like, God damn it, how much else could there be? And those are all reasonable thought patterns.
The tight polls in this race have some Republicans ripping their party for taking the vote for granted. Tennessee Republican Congressman Tim Burchett says the GOP left a gaping opportunity for Democrats.
and they pumped a ton of money into it. And why did they do that? Because they know Republicans are asleep at the switch. Again, 12% of the population goes, and it's whoever has the best ground game. I don't know anything about politics anywhere in the country other than in Tennessee. And brother, I know Tennessee, and that race could get very tight.
Let's dig into it a little bit more with Fox News contributor Liz Peek. The congressman says Republicans are asleep at the switch. Liz, are they in Tennessee?
Well, maybe in Tennessee, but I think across the country, the recent elections have awakened Republicans to several things, including the fact that affordability and the economy are, as always, the important issues. And John, notwithstanding the fact that Democrats' brand is high costs, high taxes.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of too. That the Democrats are well, not the Dems, but the Republicans. Yeah, they're claiming confidence, but I mean, like, you guys actually do need to take affordability seriously. Like, you got 6 months to do so, 6 months to come up with a plan on affordability for your district, city, state, or yes, you guys risk losing the election. I mean, not the election, excuse me, but the midterms. I'm not sure what's so hard to understand about that, but hey, I guess they're going to deny it all the way in there. And I get it, that the affordability crisis is way worse in blue states than red states. And we can attribute that to taxes and all that good stuff. But it still is a problem in red states as well. Inflation also hit us as well. So y'all do got to come up with a way to fix that instead of just ignoring it and thinking that it's going to be all good.
High regulation, somehow they have now positioned themselves as the party that's going to make life better for the average American. So I think you're going to see between now and the next election, the midterms in November, a big effort by President Trump and the White House and people running on the GOP line to basically take that issue and make it their own. And they can do that. I mean, they're the party that are going to bring down costs through lower taxes, through less regulation. And they really need to remind voters that it was under Joe Biden that prices went up enormously, 9% in 1 year and probably 20% overall. So,
Yes. The consumer price index across the board, all prices went up 20%. The only thing that didn't go up so high under Biden was healthcare, surprisingly. So you got to understand that 20% increase in price across the board did not go nowhere. Even if you lower inflation, that 20% increase still stands. And the only way to get out of that is to get back more buying power and increase wages, which Trump was doing through cutting taxes and all that good stuff. And then also trying to deport a lot of these illegals out of here because that could also help wages out as well. So the only way to help ourselves out about losing about $3,000 in buying power is to increase our buying power, like I said, to increase wages, or else we're cooked.
Yes, prices are too high, but Republicans need to sort of get on this issue. And President Trump's very good at this. He can talk about, for example, housing. He's a developer. He knows how to change permitting and construction costs and bring prices down. Plus, he's going to be installing a new Fed chair who will be working for lower interest rates, which will also make housing hopefully more affordable through the midterms. But I would say this, John, it's too early to push the panic button. Remember, going into Biden's midterms, Democrats were really terrified that there was going to be a huge red wave. At this point, Republicans were up about 4 or 5 percentage points on the generic ballot, and that's where we see Democrats now. Things can change very, very quickly.
Matt Van Epps is the Republican candidate in that race. He says the differences between him and Afton Bain are obvious. Listen.
The distinction between me and my opponent could not be more clear. I'm a West Point grad, Army combat helicopter pilot, served in Iraq and Afghanistan, went on to be a leader in small business here in Nashville, served in state government, still serving in the National Guard. You look at our opponent who wants to defund the police, who as a sitting state legislator was out protesting, bullying, harassing ICE and the Tennessee Highway Patrol, which is inexcusable and disqualifying.
It does make you wonder. I mean, Republicans were protesting that the Biden so-called Inflation Reduction Act was going to cause inflation. But people don't think about that when they, go to their grocery store these days. All they know is that President Trump is in office and prices are high.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So look, the buck stops at the president's desk. Again, he has to kind of get on board, spend maybe more time on domestic issues, and in
Yep.
particular this. But the Republicans should be
More times on domestic issues to stop. I mean, try to settle what's going on with Venezuela. Go ahead and push that peace deal in Ukraine. Tell Benjamin Netanyahu to sit the fuck down and then start focusing on domestic policies for the rest of your time. Like as Marjorie Taylor said, go ahead and park Air Force One wherever you park it for a good 6 months and focus on affordability.
pretty optimistic about the economy in 2026. We've had Kevin Hassett, Scott Besson, and other officials tell us it's going to be a barn burner year. And frankly, as Americans find out their tax situation and their tax savings come early 2026, when the big, beautiful bill kicks in, the GOP, I think, has done a terrible job of messaging what's in that bill, the no taxes on tips and other attractive features for Americans. People aren't really aware of that. So that should help. Plus all the inflow of investments into our country because of Trump's trade deals and so forth. That's going to be very important next year. We're not really seeing the advantage of that now, but there are like 20 factories where shovels are in the ground. These things are going to be built. And I think you're going to see a huge surge in investment. So there's a lot of good news to come.
Real quickly, I want to play this clip of Afton Bain, who has mastered the art of the non-answer or the dodge. Listen.
You don't want to clarify whether you still believe that the police should be defunded.
Once again, I don't remember these tweets, but what I'm saying is that
I'm not asking you if you remember. What is your position today? How's that on this issue?
I mean, I'm here to talk about my race, which is in literally 9 days, and talking about affordability, which seems to be the #1 issue across the district.
So she doesn't want to defend her past positions on defunding the police, Liz. What does that tell you?
Well, it kind of reminds me of Mamdani, who ran the same way in New York, which I thought you were going to show a clip of her saying she doesn't like country music, John. I think that's the actual killer in Tennessee.
Yeah, it definitely is. All right, Liz Peek.
All right, now let's get over to this sparking beef between two American Indians, which is hilarious, by the way. Two American Indians, Nikki Haley's son and Vivek Ramaswamy, because Nikki Haley's son called out this guy for trying to promote third world teachings, which is hilarious. So let's get right into it, because it got personal, and I like it. I like this.
A political firestorm is exploding inside the GOP, and what began as a policy debate has spiraled into a personal and vicious showdown between former presidential candidate Nikki Haley's son, Nayland Haley, and another former presidential candidate, Vivek Ramaswamy. The 24-year-old MAGA loyalist slammed Ramaswamy's education reforms and called him a creep. He said the U.S. doesn't need Ramaswamy's third world parenting. Our next story dives into the clash inside the GOP that is now shaping not only the party, but also the people.
A new political feud is erupting inside the GOP. Two young Indian origin conservatives, once considered rising stars in the Republican universe, are now locked in a very public, very personal clash. And it all began with a single post. Nayland Haley, 24 years old, fiery, unapologetic, and the son of former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, launched a blistering attack on ex-Dodge lead and Ohio gubernatorial hopeful Vivek Ramaswamy. The spark? Ramaswamy's new education and child care blueprint for his 2026 Ohio governor run. Ramaswamy rolled out proposals to extend school hours and keep schools open year-round. He said kids should leave school at 4 p.m. and
God damn, bro, it's gonna be like Japan in Ohio. Bro, that's like that Japanese schedule. Like, yeah, you about to be in school year-round all through the season, baby. I mean, bro, extending school hours, expanding phonics-based learning. But here's the problem, Vivek. Do they do that in your country? And if so, why do you continue to bring over people from your country and then call us the mediocre ones? Because trust me, I mean, they don't have extended hours in your country. They don't have a two-year college program. I mean, a 4-year college program in your country. Actually, your country tech programs are like 2 years, and then y'all get sent over here while our students are doing the whole 4. So please, like, Tell us how that helps us out. Because I honestly think we actually need to shrink the time in school and focus more on technical skills. But okay.
Instead of 3. His argument? Parents are drowning in childcare costs, and longer hours give families breathing room.
And
His
shoot, and unlike my example with the Japanese don't got to worry about foreign students taking their jobs.
proposals include restoring Ohio's third-grade reading guarantee, expanding phonics-based learning, linking teacher pay to performance.
I agree with this. I low-key agree with that, though. I'm rocking with that. Linking teachers' pay to performance. Like, yo, if you're getting good marks as a teacher, you should not be paid the same teachers getting, like, all their children are basically failing or have bad grades. Like, no, you should get paid 6 figures. You should be able to flex on the other teachers and then give them some advice to boost them up to your level. So teachers start having to actually do something.
And broadening school choice options.
I don't know, maybe bring back the paddle. I'm gonna that might actually help. Bring back the paddle. That might do some things.
This way, schools will help fill the child care gap, and the system will become more efficient. The video, posted by his Democratic opponent, Amy Acton, received severe backlash. And then came the twist. Ramaswamy quickly deleted the original video and later uploaded a new version without the controversial remarks. And Nalin Haley was quick to grab the opportunity. He logged onto X and fired off a message that detonated across conservative circles. He said, "We can't have his third world parenting style imposed on American kids." The post went viral. Support and backlash came in equal quantity. Some commented, "Deport him," while others said an Indian attacking another Indian is the most Indian thing to do. And this wasn't a one-off. Haley quickly resurfaced a controversial remark Ramaswamy
Hey,
made.
man, it ain't X without a little bit of racism.
Back in 2022, when he reportedly suggested Republicans use rhyme-based.
And shout out to my man Jet. He says all jobs in this country should be performance pay. I mean, facts. But really teachers, though, because I think we'd have a lot better students if the teachers weren't just getting screwed on the pay. Because I know some really good teachers who honestly deserve a 6-figure salary. Like, they literally be putting in, like, too much work. Too much work. Like, they don't deserve some of these teachers. I swear to God, they don't. Whoops.
Slogans like, "Wait until 8." In simple terms, Ramaswamy was implying that sex education should start only after age 8. The comment, forgotten by many, suddenly returned to life, adding fuel to Haley's attack. Haley has spent the past year carving out his role as one of MAGA's loudest young voices. Earlier this month, he declared that all immigration, legal and illegal, should be banned.
Thank you.
He has fiercely criticized H-1B visas. For someone whose own mother is Indian origin, the comments triggered outrage from all sides.
But it was real. He says, yes, H-1B visas is kind of undermines American scholars. And then the illegal immigration process undermines a low-skill American work. So, yeah, it's not helping Americans at all. And the only people that does help is the immigrants. So why are we supporting this?
Even white nationalists, usually aligned with anti-immigration rhetoric, questioned his loyalty because of his own Indian heritage. Still, Haley doubled down. He said his commitment is to America, not ancestry. It leaves the Republican Party.
Nah, bro, cooked with that one. I feel the same way, though. I feel the same way. Like, my allegiance, my loyalty is to America. I'm be real with you, not my ancestry. My ancestry goes to South America and Guyana. But I'm here. And if you ask me, well, where your loyalty lies, it's going to be with America. Because what soil was I born on? American soil in Nashville, Tennessee. It's like, trust me, I'm about as American as I feel I can get. So, yeah, I like what he said right there. My allegiance is to America and not my heritage. I mean, he cooked with that one. It's like, bro.
Because of his own Indian heritage. Still, Haley doubled down. He said his commitment is to America, not ancestry.
I love it. My commitment is to America and not ancestry. He cooked with that one.
It leaves the Republican Party with an unusual spectacle. 2 ambitious conservatives, 2 Indian origin voices, 2 radically different visions of the future. Both say they're fighting for America, and both are turning a policy debate into a political showdown. One that's no longer about education or childcare or even Ohio, but about who gets to shape the next generation of conservative power. In a party searching for its future, their feud may be the first shot in a much larger battle still to come.
Oh, guys, make sure you double tap that screen, like the video. Appreciate the support, by the way. And also, if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, just send in $2 and up. I'm happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Appreciate the support, guys. All right, let's get right back to it.
I wore the crown of a revolutionary.
Well, all right, now let's go ahead and get on to the next video here. Here we go. Let's see here. Now, this is a Republican district. Republican will show up. And like I said, this is the Republicans, well, showing confidence. But like I said, I'm honestly a bit worrisome about this confidence that they're showing, because I'm like, can you at least show some, results on affordability before you guys show such confidence?
Joining us now for tonight's big close-up is Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn. Senator, so we look at this district, it's traditionally very red. Trump won it by 22 points, which is not far off from where I'm from. Marjorie Taylor Greene's district is plus 24 district, which just means very, very red. And now we have a Democrat that's polling next.
Hey, and shout out to Tove. Hey, appreciate the support, sis. She says the thing with Japan is that they have no work-home life balance. Man, shoot, I don't think almost any Asian country does, to be quite honest. And they also extends to the elementary schooling. The pressure is insane. I mean, trust me, bro. They're expected to perform highly just to get into a good middle school. Then you got to perform highly in that good middle school to get to a good high school, and it goes on to that. It's like the cream of the crop. Only proceeds, and then if you don't, you drop out and you just get a regular low-skill job. It's kind of brutal, but it is what it is. I mean, it's respectable.
And my question to you is kind of twofold. Is this the result of the mass migration of Californians and New Yorkers and people to a state that doesn't charge you income tax and takes care of you pretty well in places like Brentwood or Franklin or Nashville, these kind of suburbs that people with money move to? Or is this just because Republicans aren't showing up to the polls right now?
Joey, you know, what we are seeing in this race is that Republicans are going to show up and Matt is going to win this. Now, you have the Democrat Party that has wasted a tremendous amount of money on this, but Matt Van Epps has a great background. He has been in the military. He served.
I mean, yeah, so did the lady in Virginia. She had a great background. She was in the military. And how did that work out for her? I'm just saying, let's just be reasonable here.
Governor Lee in his cabinet as the
And she was
Commissioner
black. I mean,
of
come on
General
now.
Services, and brought his business expertise and his understanding of how to execute a mission to save Tennessee taxpayers money. Now he wants to take that fighting spirit to D.C. to make certain that we focus on getting inflation down, lowering the cost of living, making certain that everyone has access to affordable health care, and supporting President Trump, dealing with illegal immigration. Those are the things that people are wanting to see. And his opponent is a self-described radical who has bragged about bullying, chasing police and ICE officers and live streaming it. She does think men can have babies, that you ought to have boys in girls' sports. And she believes in transgender surgeries for minor children.
So I just want to follow up on this. So I understand you're laying out the argument for Van Epps, but
You're right. That's all highly unpopular when it comes to Republicans, but yeah, though, if she just hones in on affordability, trust me, a lot of people might just ignore that. So yeah, like I said, just focus on affordability, and then you can dominate on the rest of the other topics like y'all already do.
are you saying that the polls just aren't getting it right and that it will be a large Republican victory?
It is going to be a victory for Matt Van Epps. And the Democrats have targeted, they've poured a lot of money into this to try to pull out every single Democrat that they possibly can. But this is a Republican district. Republicans will show up. They're going to vote. Matt is going to be there to support President Trump. And people in this district, whether they're Republican, Democrat, Independent, are very supportive of President Trump's agenda and the work that he is doing with that America First agenda.
Senator, continuing on this topic, these tight polls that we've seen, are you concerned at all that the closeness of this race is a bad signal for Republicans in the midterms?
I feel like that what you see with the polls, this is the special elections.
Yeah.
Special elections have generally a lower turnout. They get a little funky on you sometimes, but we know that people are going to come home to Matt Van Epps. What I do think about the midterms is when you have the big, beautiful bill kicking in and those tax cuts, no tax on tips, my provision of no tax on Social Security and no tax on overtime, people are going to see that as they file their income tax. You're also going to see that Democrats have not proposed one single idea that will make the lives of Americans better. Not one. They have fought everything that we have pushed forward, whether it was the big, beautiful bill, keeping the federal government closed for 43 days while they had a little temper tantrum, and while they were trying to give health care to illegal aliens. And what people want to see is what President Trump is delivering.
I mean, yeah, Democrats have been running on the affordability crisis that they've created, which is hilarious. The healthcare crisis that, well, is Obamacare that they created, which is even more hilarious. So it is kind of funny how they're running on problems that, well, they created. I mean, it's funny. I'm be real with you, especially when they talk about affordability, because the most unaffordable places are blue states.
Renewing and revitalizing our standing in the world, making certain that they support law and order, fighting crime, which we are doing. President Trump and
But all right, now let's go ahead and move past this and let's go to right here.
Brandon Gill. Congressman, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. Will the House do?
Yep. So New York Times says Afghans underwent rigorous vetting. So they said telling us to trust the process, even though the process kind of, fell through a little bit.
A thorough investigation of all the Afghans who came to the United States under the Biden administration. Is that even possible?
I think that we have an obligation to investigate who was brought into the United States under this program. But, the question really isn't about how thorough was our vetting or were these people vetted properly. Obviously, they were not. That's why we're having terrorist attacks within our own borders. The real question is, why were they brought into the country to begin with? In other words, why are we bringing people into the United States from parts of the globe, for instance, where pederastic rape is considered culturally acceptable? I mean, that is utterly suicidal. We have to decide with our immigration policies, does this benefit the American people? And in this case, obviously it doesn't.
Congressman, you might get called Islamophobic for saying that. It just happens to be that I experienced it firsthand myself. I know exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about a part of the world where what we would consider to be normal morality is perceived differently, especially in Afghanistan and places where I was at. When we look at this program, you just hit the nail on the head. Okay, you vetted them thoroughly. Still, why are they here? Why did we need to bring them here? Why did we train tens of thousands of Afghans to be commandos to fight the Taliban just to bring them here with that skill set? Are they going to fight the Taliban here? No, but they may join it. So now we have tens of...
No, the problem was that if we left them there with the Taliban still being in power, that they were going to be publicly executed. And it'd been kind of effed up to make these guys fight against somebody and then just leave them ass out to be executed. Like, that's pretty much why we brought them here. Like I said, we may not like the process, but it is what it is. Like, these guys did help us carry out night raids on the Taliban. And like I said, also innocent civilians. It is what it is.
Thousands of them in our country. And the question is, have we been keeping track of them? Do we know where they are? I know for a fact a lot of them flew into San Antonio and are in Texas, and that right there where you are. Do we have any way that you're aware of to keep track of these folks?
I think we certainly can track these people down. We can figure that out. But the question is, if we have to worry about tracking people that we brought into the country to begin with, they shouldn't have been able to come in to begin with in the first place. That's the real question. Yes, we can track these people down. We can figure out where they live, what they're up to, and we will do all of that because our job is to keep the American people safe. But we ought to reevaluate why we're allowing in people from all over the globe who are, in this case, unvetted. But why are we allowing them to come in to begin with from cultures that are utterly incompatible with our own? And you're right. I'm sure somebody will call me Islamophobic for saying that. But I care about my wife and my kids and my country a whole lot more than I care about political correctness. And I think the American people do, too.
Congressman, I want to ask a question. You already pretty
I
much.
would say wait till further results come out for you just throw a whole community under the bus over one bad apple. That's all I have to say. And I would like to wait until we can link this guy to more of these guys who came in who possibly might be linked to other terrorist organizations before we make that assessment. But hey, that's just me.
Much answered my question about revetting the migrants, but based on what you're saying, before the show today, I opened up my favorite AI program and I asked, has any congressman tried to repeal the Refugee Act of 1980? And the answer was no. No one has tried to do that. Why do you think that hasn't happened?
Well, I think for many decades, there was a view that anybody from any part of the globe could come into the United States. And once they stepped foot on American soil, they would magically just get rid of all of their millennia-old ethnic prejudices or horrible cultural practices that ran their home countries into the ground. And they would automatically become American and adopt Western liberal values just by...
Yeah, bro. But let's be honest, though. Let's not pretend like these guys weren't literally fighting that radical jihadism we're talking about, that radical Islamism we're talking about. They were fighting it. So it's kind of hard to sit there and say, oh, well, they were also a part of it and they have the same type of thinking. Well, if they did, then they'd have been on the Taliban side. So let's use some common sense and let's not just get carried away in the bigotry now.
Virtue of being in the United States. We know for a fact that that type of liberal utopianism is utterly false. And we're seeing the fruits of it right here, where you're having Afghanis who are brought into the country, who are bringing in the same sort of terroristic ideology that was much more common in Afghanistan, and they're adopting that and they're bringing that into the United States. And we're seeing that firsthand here. We're seeing our national...
No connection to the Taliban. Like I said, this man is throwing a lot out there. The guy had no connection to the Taliban. If anything, he fought the Taliban. So, but if he was to say, you know, he might have some connection to ISIS or something that we didn't vet through, all right, cool. But to sit there and go on this whole rant about radical jihadism and how all brought it over here. I mean, bro, all those guys we brought over here under the Operations Allies Welcome, all of them, yeah, they all helped fight the Taliban. So if they were actually part of them, then they'd have been on that side. Like, let's just be real about that.
Guard members getting slaughtered by Afghanis who never should have been here to begin with. I think that we need to reevaluate that mindset. And I think we should abolish many of these refugee programs because they're not benefiting the American people. And that is the sole purpose of our federal government, is to benefit the American people.
Congressman Gill, we have been asking the question about what is Congress going to do, you know, to protect all Americans in the wake of this attack in D.C. And one thing that came to mind was...
and let's not forget, yes, this guy was a fighter, a paramilitary operator, not just a clerk or interpreter. I don't know where that fake news is coming from, but let's see here. He did serve in the NDS-3, one of Afghanistan's CIA-backed zero units. They were elite counterterrorism strike force, trained, funded, and directed alongside U.S. intelligence and military. This is where this guy came from.
The recent designation of the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist group by the governor of your great state, Governor Abbott there in Texas, took that step.
Good job.
There's been legislation that's been proposed in Congress to also do the same thing this year, but it's not gone anywhere. It was referred to committee where it sits. Do you think that type of initiative would get increased support now, and would you support it?
Absolutely. I've co-sponsored legislation to do just that. I think that's something that I and several of my colleagues have been pushing for. This is basic common sense. If you're affiliated with a terrorist organization like the Muslim Brotherhood, first of all, we should designate that organization as a terrorist group, which we know that it is, and you shouldn't be here in this country at all. You know, doing that would give our federal government much more sort of ability to go after terrorists within the United States. So I absolutely support that. I think that that's something we will see growing support for in the coming weeks.
Congressman, change subject real quick. The deadline to release the Epstein files is less than 3 weeks away. But recently, House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer is kind of casting doubt over releasing it at all, or the findings, saying that he doesn't think anybody will believe it. He says it's like what happened with the JFK assassination report years ago. He's also not fully committed to releasing the final report, saying there are already so many conspiracies. I understand the need to not add fuel to the fire, but you know, when you're releasing a report, you're releasing the information you found, letting people make up the minds themselves. What do you think Comer's going to do?
You know, I think that we're going to release the Epstein files just like we voted to do a couple of weeks ago. Listen, what have we learned from the Epstein revelations recently? We've learned that Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, his campaign was actually reaching out to Jeffrey Epstein to solicit donations. We learned.
I don't celebrate too long, because trust me, the Epstein list is going to hit both sides. It's as actually funny as it rolls out is Loki hitting the left. You know, the whole Epstein was actually texting a congresswoman from the Virgin Islands. That was crazy during a congressional hearing, by the way. And then, you know, Hakeem Jeffries was supposed to, I guess, sit down with Jeffrey Epstein to talk about funding and all that wild stuff. So it is funny how it's like hitting them first.
That a sitting Democrat congresswoman was texting Jeffrey Epstein during a committee hearing in order to get advice from him and how she should proceed in the hearing. I mean, that is egregious. That's what we've learned so far. So I imagine there's more for the American people to see, and I support transparency.
Congressman Brandon Gill, we want to thank you so much for joining us tonight and answering all of our questions. Have a good one.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
Right.
Hey.
Let's get over here to the next video. DOJ urged to seek the death penalty for the Afghan national accused of taking out those 2 National Guards, man. And God rest their soul. Well, I'm sorry, but the God rest her soul. Or the other guy's still fighting. But like I said, I mean, they took a shot to the head. So like I said, miracles. We're praying for miracles right now.
There are certainly many more charges to come, but we are upgrading the initial charges of assault to murder in the first degree. This is a case that has touched the hearts of so many Americans, because to be gunned down on the streets on the nation's holiday is an outrage.
That was U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Jeanine Pirro, on the charges that the Justice Department is seeking against the suspect, the Afghan national accused of shooting 2 National Guard members on Thanksgiving Eve in Washington, D.C. Joining me now with more is Acting U.S. Attorney for New Jersey, Alina Habba. Alina, it's good to have you this morning. Thank you for being here. You know, we would hope that we're talking about different things, but unfortunately we're not. We heard from Jeanine Pirro, U.S. Attorney for Washington, D.C. We also heard from Attorney General Pam Bondi saying she's urging prosecutors to seek the death penalty here. Many people are wondering what justice in a case like this will look like.
It will be swift and heavy. And I can tell you that the U.S. Attorney in D.C., Jeanine, is just tremendous. She will have no mercy, as she should not, on something like this. This is an absolute failure of the prior administration, as we know, that has allowed open borders. And we've seen time and time again protesters coming out for what? This is a crime that should not have happened. It was avoidable. And that is why this administration is so focused on, number one, getting illegals out. Number two, getting people that were brought in that want to commit crime, that are not Americans, get out of our country. We don't want you here. If you don't love this country, we have no patience or time for you. And we will bring the law down when you hurt our patriots. And that is what happened here. This woman's life was taken too soon. And I know that Jeanine's just going to be tremendous. When she prosecutes this case, she will do justice by that family.
There are a lot of questions today about what we know about the suspect, what his ties were to the United States. We understand that he was working with the CIA
and he's refusing to talk too. I mean, that's what's even crazy, because remember, we did take this suspect in alive, and for some reason he's refusing to talk. And I hope he just don't end up dead out of nowhere. That's just going to cause man, I mean, it's going to cause a whole lot of conspiracies start floating around.
Afghanistan. I bring up again that image of folks clinging to airplanes as this chaotic withdrawal under President Biden was being carried out. Everybody was displaced everywhere, concerned about the Taliban coming in and the dangers that were lying ahead on the ground. But we didn't really think about the danger of bringing 80 to 100,000 people that we hadn't vetted properly into this country. And so if you were just able to say, well, I worked with the CIA and I was trying to help the Americans, you were brought over here. But we don't necessarily know that that was true.
I think what you're implying is that there was a stringent vetting process under the prior administration, and that in itself is flawed. There was no process. We were allowing open borders. We were allowing criminals to come into our country. And then there were individuals that were saying that this should be a safe harbor, a safe haven. Why? America is America because we protect our own. We don't allow this to happen. So when you say we, I want to be very clear. It is not a we. It is not the Trump administration. It was not Trump 1, and it is most certainly not Trump administration that is currently happening. It was the Biden administration that allowed this individual in, that didn't properly vet them, and now an individual who stepped in for someone on Thanksgiving so they could go home, who got sworn in the day prior, is now dead. A 20-year-old is dead. And that is why we fight so hard every day at this Department of Justice. That is why this Trump administration is completely focused on making our streets safer so that crimes like this that had no vetting should never happen. Never happen again.
Yeah, I appreciate you making that distinction, previous administration versus what we're dealing with now. President Trump is actually just trying to do his best to clean up this entire mess and keep Americans safe.
All right, so it doesn't really look like they have any new details on it, just that they're trying to push for the death penalty. All right, let's go to the next segment here. Tim Walz refused to take accountability for Minnesota's welfare fraud. I bet. That ain't the first time Tim Walz been caught up in some fraud, though. I mean, he even got caught up with fraud when it came to COVID funds.
Dozens of people of East African descent have been charged, convicted, and sentenced for stealing more than $1 billion in taxpayer money from government programs during COVID. Do you take responsibility for failing to stop this fraud in your state?
Well, certainly I take responsibility for putting people in jail. Governors don't get to just talk theoretically. We have to solve problems. Minnesota is a generous state. Minnesota is a prosperous state, a well-run state. We're AAA bond rated, but that attracts criminals. Those people are going to jail. We're doing everything we can.
Governor Tim Walz is struggling to defend reports of massive fraud that occurred under his watch, some of which reportedly went to the Somali terrorist organization Al-Shabaab. The New York Times is reporting everyone, including Walz, was ignoring the warning signs because they were fearful of alienating the Somali community. And a lawyer representing one of the Somalis convicted of fraud said, quote, "It was like stealing money from the cookie jar." But instead of taking responsibility, Walz is attacking, guess who? Trump.
That is totally disconnected with demonizing an entire group of people who came here fleeing civil war and created a vibrant community that makes Minnesota and this country better. But that's Donald Trump. Deflect, demonize, come up with no solutions. He's not going to help fix anything on fraud. My God, there's a big difference between fraud and corruption.
I mean, Lord knows you didn't, so who are you to judge?
Corruption, and corruption is something he knows about.
You know, Lydia, I did not hear an answer.
I'm sorry, but due to all the rampant fraud that was going on, bro, due to welfare and all that good stuff, unemployment, PPP, all that good stuff that's going on in Minnesota. Yeah, Tim Walz, I don't know why, but you do not take accountability for that. And then here's the problem with Walz. Even during the election, all he did was deflect to Trump. You ask him a serious question, we're just going to deflect to Trump. Trump's a fascist and he's Hitler. That's all that man ever can do is just deflect to Trump.
To do you take any responsibility from the governor there?
Of course not. And I think what I get so frustrated about is like this forcing us to choose sides. I mean, two things can be true at the same time. They could be fleeing a civil war, but they could also be coming here and committing fraud. They are not mutually exclusive. Just to give you an example of how bad this fraud is, there was one particular program that was created in the state of Minnesota to support homeless folks. It was budgeted for about $2 million, 2.6 when it started in 2020. And according to the feds,
Nah, shout out, Jed. I think the same thing. He said Governor Tampon is proud, but sad they got caught. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's sad. I'm pretty sure he's proud of all that money he was giving out to the Somali community. I guarantee it. But hey, he's caught, and hopefully he gets the. And then
program's cost because of the fraud ballooned to more than $100 million. So going from 2 million to 100 million because of this fraud being taken by these people who weren't entitled to this money. No services were actually provided under Tim Walz's watch. You're right. He should take some accountability for that.
Well, and Joey, part of the reason this wasn't gone after so hard is because they didn't want to offend the Somalis living in the community.
Yeah.
Which is, wow.
You know, I got to go back to the fact a man who would abandon his unit right before they deployed to war not only doesn't get any of my respect, but he also can't sink so low that he surprises me either. And so maybe the cowardice that was in him when he ran away from deploying to war is a part of why he couldn't tell people no. You know, oh, well, we're going to do 2 million, but they want 100 million. Okay, well, we'll do 100 million. I don't have much respect for this man. It makes sense that he couldn't run his state very well. My hope for those in Minnesota is that they find somebody else soon.
Well, actually,
yeah, facts, man. Shout out to Tove. She said he probably came up with the idea. I mean, damn. Now, yeah, him and the other radical Dems in there. Like, trust me, him and the other progressives. I'm pretty sure it was like a team effort to go ahead and help out the Somalian community, this impoverished community that just needs our help. And not their money, but taxpayer money. It's kind of crazy how they operate. And they probably raise taxes across the board so they can help fund these programs. And that's the worst part about it, because the real victim is the taxpayers.
On that note, Tom, folks in Minnesota are really upset about this. And the question is, you know, will the GOP be able to take back the governor's mansion in 2026 because with help of this?
Yeah, well, they should be angry. We got the governor here who's trying to blame Trump, and he's touting his AAA bond rating of his state to try to answer that question. And you've got a community that was committing fraud on a massive scale, and he called them a vital and vibrant part of our community. I wonder if the citizens of Minnesota agree with that they're a vibrant part of their community.
No,
likely not.
These are taxpayers, Lydia. I mean, these are folks who are sitting there trying to make a living day to day, survive on what they've got, and they're watching this and hearing an attorney of a convict say it was like taking candy from a baby?
Yeah, the real irony here is that it sounds like the state would have really benefited from some doging, some oversight, and some inquiry. But Tim Walz, governor there, he was too busy, criticizing Elon Trump and celebrating when the Tesla stock fell to really stop and think, oh, maybe we could borrow some of the principles that Elon Musk is espousing there in D.C.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
Yeah, I mean, try to run your state a little better, use a little bit of business strategy. But Lord knows he's too busy trying to just point fingers at Trump all day. But all right, now, let's go ahead and get over to the left side of media. Let's go to what Fareed's take. Let's get right into it.
In a conversation with a friend, originally from Pakistan, I lamented that country's recent decision to give its head of army expanded powers, including lifetime immunity from legal prosecution. My friend replied, "We're just following in America's footsteps. Didn't your Supreme Court rule that the president could kill his political opponent and yet be immune from prosecution?" Welcome to America's new democratic export, the unchecked executive. If America's founding fathers were to come back and look at their legacy, what would stun them, without a doubt, is the modern presidency. They designed the American political...
Nah, dog. Nah, bro. Trust me. If they'd have come back in the early 1900s, I mean, or like what, the 1910s to the 1930s, they'd have had some problems. Honestly, I'm almost sure that throughout the entire 1900s, the presidents would have low-key been pretty disappointed in where this country went, not just in modern day. Actually, due to the effery or the BS that was going back in history or through the other presidencies, all the way back to the 1910s to now, that's kind of how we got here today. I mean, if you want to put criticism on anybody, let's just talk about past presidents and how we got here. Because I mean, whatever president put in the Federal Reserve, I mean, I think it started with that guy. I think we really start going downhill with that. Of course, Nixon taking us off the gold standard. There's a lot of places we could start with this
system explicitly to fragment power. They were reacting against a monarch and the accumulation of all powers in the same hands. That's a quote from Federalist 47. They purposefully conceived of a decentralized and restrained executive described in the notably brief Article 2. The presidency was an office for faithfully executing the laws, bounded by carefully constructed checks from the legislature and the judiciary. Congress, by contrast, was named the first branch of government and vested with the lion's share of authority, the powers to tax, spend, declare war, and regulate commerce. James Madison, the de facto author of the Constitution, explicitly acknowledged this fact in Federalist 51. Right
now, Fareed, it sounds like you're crying about Trump's ability to impose tariffs that was given to the president, well, through the Trade Acts and through the Trade Expansion Act. The rules, I think one was in 1962 and the other one was in 1974. So for you to sit there and complain about powers that the Congress gave to the president is hilarious, because you're pretty much going against the same Constitution or the same, founding fathers that you're kind of trying to hold up to on a pedestal right now. And I hold him up on a pedestal too. But here's the thing. Everything Trump's doing is constitutional. You're just crying because it's not your people that's doing it, or you guys didn't win. That's what I don't like about it. Because when you kind of peel everything back, actually, yes, he does have the power. Yes, due to the power that Congress gave him, he does have the power to impose tariffs through trade policies, through the Economic Powers Act. So I'm not really sure where all this complaining is coming from, why we're trying to take it back to the founding fathers when everything's still all in accordance. And I'm be real with you, a lot of the stuff that the Dems are doing today, the founding fathers would have hung them over. I mean, especially sedition.
That in Republican government, the legislative authority necessarily predominates. Even Alexander Hamilton, often thought to have urged an imperial presidency, in fact believed strongly that the president had few monarchical powers. True. In Federalist 69, he contrasts the British king with the American president, saying the latter is elected for merely a 4-year term and is amenable to personal punishment and disgrace. He adds that Congress and not the president had been given the powers to provide advice and consent on treaties, declare war, and raise an army. The reason the president's foreign policy powers are mostly limited to military command, he explains in Federalist 75, is that an avaricious man might be tempted to betray the interests of the state to the acquisition of wealth. An ambitious man might make his own aggrandizement by the aid of a foreign power the price of his treachery to his constituents. Yet by the 1960s, this finely tuned
where was this speech during Bush? But all right.
Mechanism had clearly seized up. Wars, economic crises, and the media's tendency to nationalize and centralize attention created a one-way ratchet for ever-increasing unchecked presidential power. This dramatic imbalance culminated in the constitutional crises of the Vietnam War and Watergate, and in the 1970s, Congress, finally energized by bipartisan outrage, passed a series of laws designed to rein in executive excess. For example, the Inspector General Act of 1978 created a cadre of internal watchdogs to root out waste and fraud in departments premised on the understanding that they would be protected from political retaliation. The whole set of restraints didn't work. While Congress established the legal mechanisms for control, for example, regarding war powers, it lacked the collective political will to hold the president to them. Furthermore, after 9/11, war on terror resolutions effectively nullified these restraints, all but giving presidents carte blanche for the use of military force. Beyond laws, after Nixon, both parties had agreed to a set of powerful norms. For example, firewalling the Justice Department from the...
All right, yeah, I noticed that too. I was like, bro, you went from the founding fathers all the way up to the 1960s. I'm like, bro, can we not talk about everything in between that? Because that's pretty important. Like, let's understand context here. But all right, I see we're just going to pick and choose here. That's fine.
White House. One principle established that the president should not direct the attorney general to investigate or prosecute specific individuals. Additionally, presidents voluntarily released their tax returns and placed assets in blind trusts, financial transparency designed to assure the public that the commander-in-chief was not profiting from the office.
Yeah.
The Trump administration has shredded these constraints. Even worse, the most egregious violations have been sanctified by the Supreme Court based on the bizarre unitary executive theory. This once fringe legal doctrine asserts that a terse phrase in Article 2 somehow grants the president unrestricted authority over the executive branch, even though Congress has been explicitly given the power of the purse and can use it to create agencies and departments, determine their structure and functions, and direct where its funds be spent. The president has virtually unlimited powers under this interpretation to run those agencies even when he violates specific congressional intent. This expansion of executive power has culminated in the court's 2024 decision in Trump v. United States, in which the court held that the presidents enjoy absolute immunity for actions within their core constitutional powers and presumptive immunity at a minimum for all other official acts. In a blistering dissent, Justice Sonia Sotomayor noted that under this standard, a president could arguably order SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political rival.
I think one of the arguments for that ruling was, I think it was when we dropped the bomb, right? Like, drop the bomb on Japan. Did that guy suffer war crimes? Did we bring our president to war crimes then? They tried to, but no. I mean, and did people consider that a war crime? Yes, people do, but we also consider just a regular strike. So there has been times in president's history where, due to what they were doing as president, they weren't held accountable for any type of crimes they may have committed, knowing or unknowingly. So that's why they came up with that, because they're like, well, throughout history, it kind of seems like that's how the president's been running. Do I agree with that all the way through? Not too much, but that's just how the common practice is right now.
And be shielded from criminal liability, provided the order was given through official channels. The American presidency has journeyed from a modest, constitutionally constrained office to a super presidency that commands total attention and power. Donald Trump has pushed these powers to the utmost, but he has been enabled by a failure of political courage in Congress and an ideological Supreme Court that seems to have lost any respect for original intent and precedent. The result is a structural asymmetry where the first branch of government is now the weakest, and the Supreme Court is a rubber stamp.
No, you're crying because the Supreme Court has not voted in y'all favor. Every time you try to go against Trump, the Supreme Court, now, first off, it was the district courts you guys are trying to say that to tell the president what to do, and that was wrong. It's to go through the district, the circuits, then appeals, then 4 justices on the Supreme Court then chooses to take it up. You guys start crying when the Supreme Court start favoring Trump, and now you're trying to say, oh well, now it's now Trump is unconstitutional. Well, you guys said he was going against the courts till you start winning all the Supreme Court cases. And like I said, you guys cry every time you lose something. Now you're trying to sit there and flip the whole chessboard because you're losing. You lost the court cases. Now you're trying to say, well, the Supreme Court just a rubber stamp, and it's biased because it got 6 Trump supporters or 6 Republicans on there. So they're supposed to be there to uphold the Constitution. Now you're crying about who's a Republican and who's a Democrat. Okay, so pretty much if it's not in y'all favor, you guys are going to complain.
The court does have a chance to stop this accumulation of power by asserting what they plainly know is true, that the president can't just declare national emergencies at will to place and remove tariffs unilaterally. If not, the American presidency will become for the world not an example of limited constitutional government, but rather of a modern dictatorship, wielding far more unbridled power than George III did when the founding fathers rebelled against him 250 years ago. America is a deeply divided country.
How? Like, bro, they can never explain how this man has done anything like a dictator, how he's done anything unconstitutional. They're just sitting there crying because, well, they don't like what he's doing. And not liking what he's doing doesn't mean it's unconstitutional. It doesn't mean he's a dictator. I mean, you could say that, but it doesn't make it true.
Show that Democrats and Republicans not only disagree on policy, they each believe that they are operating with a different set of basic facts. It is in this political climate that the United States will celebrate its 250th birthday next year. In honor of this milestone, the historian and biographer Walter Isaacson has written a book about the most famous sentence from the Declaration of Independence. As a reminder, it reads, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." The book is called The Greatest Sentence Ever Written. Welcome, Walter. I just said the sentence, so what more is there for us to discuss?
Well, let's look at the edits of it. It's wonderful that the first draft, those of you and I who are both writers and
It's a
editors,
beautiful sentence.
is in the basement of the Library of Congress. And Jefferson starts it with, "We hold these truths to be sacred." And there's Benjamin Franklin's black backslashes of a printer putting in self-evident, because he had just...
This man made no real point, to be quite honest. He just went through just a jump history from the founding fathers all the way up to the 1960s, talking about, oh, well, this is how Trump's a fascist because this, that, and the third. I'm just like, bro, you haven't really round out or kind of like, got us to that point where we're like, okay, we hear you, or this is how Trump's a fascist, this is how he's unconstitutional. No, kind of just sounds like you're upset things are going his way. And because things are going his way, now you're just trying to go against the entire system. And I mean, that's fine, but let's be real. It doesn't mean that you're right about how things are going in America. Desensitization. But yes, desensitization said it enough. People won't take it seriously. This is how you lead sheep to the slaughter. I mean, yeah. I get what you're saying by that. By desensitizing people get too used to seeing the BS. And if they're not outraged enough, then let's be real, they won't take it seriously. But sometimes there is being too sensitive, and we also got to understand what's being too sensitive and what's being desensitized. That's what we got to come down to, because there's things that people are too sensitive about, and there are things that people are desensitized about, like school shootings. Then there's things that people are too sensitive about, like, let's see, I don't know, like the race things or religion or things like that, race and religion.
I'm back from visiting David Hume, who talked about self-evident truths of logic.
Let's get into the next story. I believe he finished his spiel on that one. Let's get over here. Still on CNN, U.S. and Ukraine navigate delicate peace talks because, well, apparently Russia's actually pretty upset because the 28-point peace deal that America proposed, or that they both went out there and proposed, got a lot of backlash around, well, mainly from Europe and from some critics in the United States. For some reason, they believe that Ukraine still has a chance, that they can take back territory, that Russia doesn't have the right to that territory. And that's, I hear you, but unless you can, get Russia off that territory by force, then you're kind of just talking ideologically. So we're not hearing that right now. So let's see where this conversation goes.
We're joined now by CNN political and national security analyst David Sanger. David is also a New York Times White House and national security correspondent. David, good to see you. I hope you had a good Thanksgiving. A week ago,
good Thanksgiving to you too.
Thank you. A week ago, the U.S. and Ukrainian teams were meeting in Geneva, as we heard Marco Rubio talking about there. Now we have the...
And shout out to my man Jay. He says Obama's a dictator as well. Then Fareed seems to forgot about his drone program. He's just picking and choosing history based off his stupidity and Trump derangement syndrome. Literally. And shout out to the supporters, man. Appreciate you guys. But no, that's literally what he did. It was like, bro, you're cherry picking, and then here's the thing is, you didn't really make your argument clear, to be quite honest, because you're picking and choosing these random parts in history and reminding us about it, and that's great and all. But how does this, how are you making this argument towards Trump's a dictator? Like, please let us know, because you're crying about him winning in the Supreme Court, which is part of the whole checks and balances. Like, look, man, if there's beef between the Congress and the executive branch, or the legislative and the executive, well, the referee is the judicial branch, the Supreme Court. It gets sent to them, and they're the decision maker, they're the decider, and they're going to decide how that goes.
These talks today, and we're looking ahead to a full week as well with more discussions just across the world, really. What is your sense of if we are actually getting any closer to a deal?
Well, I think they're getting closer to an understanding with the Ukrainians, but getting to a deal means taking all of this to President Putin and getting Russia's agreement. And the more that you move that early draft that leaked a week ago toward Ukraine, that obviously had been quite pro-Russian, the harder it is to get Putin to sign on. I'm relatively confident, Jessica, that they're going to work out the land issue because, you know, there you can sort of define the boundaries. It's going to be painful. Giving up Crimea particularly would be hard. And there's the problem that the Ukrainian constitution also puts some limits on what can be done here. But I think the really hardest.
So basically, according to the Ukrainian constitution, you can't give up land. And I mean, like, okay, well then, does that mean the fall of Ukraine got to happen in order for this war to stop? Because I'm hoping that's not what you guys are saying. Because let's be quite honest, this war is going to go on a whole lot longer, and two, Russia's only going to get more land. And I really don't think that we want that. So we might as well just get down with the peace deal right now. Let them have this so-called de facto Russia and call it a day and use the frozen funds to rebuild Ukraine. And everybody ends up happy, except for Zelensky.
Questions are going to be about Ukraine's sovereignty, that Ukraine doesn't want to be in the position where the Russians get to sign off on how big their military is, how far their missiles can fly, when they hold elections, any more than we would want another country to be able to decide that for us.
Yeah, and those sticking points clearly remain.
Here's the difference. No other country can decide that for us because we can defend ourselves. Like, stop trying to relate Ukraine to the United States. Nobody's doing us like that. Bro, Canada can't whoop our ass. Like, bro, actually, who can? Who can? Mexico's not really doing anything to us. No country in South America can do anything to us. Everybody in the world low-key afraid to even attack us. What are you talking about? I'm sorry, but you can't relate us to Ukraine, to be quite honest with you, because if any of these countries was to try to take land on America, we would take it right back instantly. All right? So no, there's nobody in the world right now that has the capability to come to America and take land. And trust me, even if they tried, we'd be able to take it back. We have that military capability as a superpower. Guess who's not a superpower? Ukraine. Guess who's asking for help from other superpowers? Ukraine. But guess who don't need to ask help? Russia.
What did you hear about specifically today, the atmosphere of this conversation today, these talks today?
Well, I thought it was heartening a bit that when you listened to Secretary of State Rubio, he emphasized the importance of not only having a viable Ukrainian economy in the future, but having a way to assure that Russia could not launch this kind of attack again. And that means that they're going to need some kind of security guarantee. The Ukrainians are going to...
I mean, that was already in the peace plan, though. That was already in the peace deal. The problem is that these guys have a problem with Russia gaining that territory. And like I said, they don't want that because they've been running this whole propaganda that Ukraine has been winning. And the reality, which you can see through the peace deal, is that's just not true. Or that peace deal wouldn't have been so like overly favored towards Russia. So now they're trying to figure a way to cover this up. And I think they're trying to see if they can get Russia to concede any type of land. And that's just not happening. It's not, but they can definitely get security guarantees. It's already laid out in the peace deal. It's already laid out in there. So I'm not even really sure what they're talking about. And they're going off people's ignorance who haven't read the 28-point peace deal.
Be naturally suspicious of this because they got one of these in 1994 from Britain, the United States, and from Russia. And it turned out to be pretty useless when they actually got invaded. In fact, even when they lost Crimea, back now 10 years ago. So I think the Ukrainians are going to really want to make sure that that is ironclad. And the Russians are going to want to make sure that, in fact, Ukraine can't survive as an independent state. It's Putin's desire to make sure that that state crumbles and gets rolled into Russia.
And as we look ahead this week, Witkoff, potentially Jared Kushner also expected.
If that was true, then Putin would have just not even talked about a peace deal. Putin's talking about, look, tell Ukraine to withdraw right now. We keep the land we got, and that's it. We'll stop attacking. We'll leave it at that, but Ukraine got to withdraw. If that's how Putin really felt, he wouldn't be having no type of conditions for Ukraine. He'd just be saying, bro, I'm just taking Ukraine. I mean, y'all can talk to me all day. Y'all can talk about land concessions. You can talk all day, but I'm taking Ukraine. If that was Putin's attitude, trust me, there would be no negotiation. Because what's the point of negotiating? I'm taking Ukraine. That would have been the attitude.
To head to Moscow for these talks with Putin. And I'm curious what you think about this idea that they're making this progress with the Ukrainians. As Marco Rubio noted there, the Secretary of State, that obviously there's another party involved. Does Putin unravel any progress, or is this meeting with Putin kind of, is there a 2 steps forward, 1 step back, or 1 step forward, 2 steps back situation that they could find themselves in?
Well, I'm sure that Putin's going to want to push back because he's going.
I'm weak. Someone's upset about interruptions. Here's another. Hey, hey, shout out. I mean, hey, what can I say, guys? You're just gonna have to deal with it.
We want to make sure that he ultimately has control over Ukraine's future. That's really what this is about. And the Ukrainian desire to join NATO and the European Union is to make sure that Ukraine and the West have control over Ukraine's future. So this is really going to be the front in the new Cold Wars here, because in the end, how this is resolved may well define our relationship with Russia. I think one of the big concerns here is that the Trump administration, in trying to race to an agreement in time for Thanksgiving last week, you remember the president's deadline, was just trying to get it resolved under any circumstances. I think Rubio has now sort of retaken control of this negotiation.
Yeah. And in the meantime, Zelensky is planning to meet tomorrow with the French president, Emmanuel Macron. France, Germany, and the UK last week offering this counter proposal to the
All right, now let's go ahead and wait, hold on.
U.S. plan, which they initially, which was essentially dismissed.
Europe tried to offer a counter proposal for Ukraine, and yeah, bro, it was definitely dismissed because, bro, Putin actually just came right out and said it. All right, look, I don't know who told you this, but we're not giving up any land. Okay, there'll be no land concessions coming this way. The only people who's conceding land is going to be Ukraine. Do you hear me? Big Putin has spoken. And that's how he pretty much just hit the world. So now everybody's scrambling and going like, okay, well, what are we going to do now? And that's actually a really good question, to be really honest with you. What are they going to do now that Putin's put his foot down and said, look, you're not going to look good no type of way. You might as well go ahead and tell everybody that, yes, Russia's going to get what they want. They're going to get let into the world economy. And then we're just going to go ahead and end this war, spare innocent Russian and Ukrainian lives, mostly the Ukrainians.
Wait, how do you factor in Europe to all of this?
Well, the Europeans
Europe needs to just shut the F up unless they're about to put boots on the ground. I mean, who are you guys to even make any type of, like, I'm be real with you, demands if you're not willing to put boots on the ground for Ukraine? If not, shut up.
Angry, Jessica. They're angry because they first read about this proposal when it leaked a week ago. And they were completely cut out of this whole process.
Yeah, because they won't put boots on the ground for Ukraine. I mean, all they're willing to do is send weapons, and that's not helping the Ukrainians. If anything, that's just wasting money. So unless you guys are really trying to put real efforts into taking out Russia or taking Russia off Ukraine, out of Ukrainian land, then they might want to be quiet and let things just, fall in place. It is what it is. All right, now let's go ahead and get to the next part of this.
The delegation from Ukraine is in Florida for fresh talks with Trump administration officials. They're trying to move ahead with a U.S.-backed proposal to end the war in Ukraine. Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke just moments ago as talks wrapped up.
Mm-hmm. Much work remains, but today was again a very productive and useful session where I think additional progress was made. And we continue to be realistic about how difficult this is, but optimistic, particularly given the fact that as we've made progress, I think there is a shared vision here that this is not just about ending the war, which is very important.
Brother, look, I hear you. I understand that, like, Dana, trust me, I get it. But yes, when Putin speaks, that's kind of it right now because he's the overwhelming force. We could sit here and talk about the million lives that he lost, but guess what? He still got a bigger army than Ukraine. He still got more missiles, drones, all that. And as it shows, he's only taking more land. So yes, when Putin speaks, that's it. Because Putin holds all the cards. He has all the leverage. Sadly, What President Trump could do for Ukraine is based off what Ukraine could do for itself on the battlefield. And as that peace deal shows, Ukraine hasn't really given itself too much leverage. So, yes, sadly, when Putin speaks, that's it. When Big Putin talks, that's sadly what it is.
It is about securing Ukraine's future.
Sadly.
Now, after meetings in Geneva last weekend, substantial changes were made to the original 28-point plan. Russia hasn't agreed to any plan, we should mention, and major sticking points remain from both Ukraine and its European allies. But let's bring in CNN.
I mean, Ukraine seeking international security guarantees, ceasefire based on current front lines, has rejected ceding any territory not already occupied by Russian forces. Okay, I can see that. Because Putin does want the Donbass or Donetsk, and he hasn't taken it all the way over. He's taking majority of it, but not all of it. And he's just pretty much saying, no, just give us all of the territory. I think he wants that with Zaporozhye as well. He's like, no, just give us all of it, and then we'll split the energy of the nuclear plant that's there. I mean, that's how they're willing to do that. And Putin, war would only end once Ukrainian troops withdraw from the territories they occupy. Yeah, so Putin, like I said, is either he's not giving up no land. He's pretty much saying, look, the land that you're fighting on, a little spot you do got, I want it, or I'm just gonna take it. And we'll see if, and do we really want to actually leave it up to see if he can do it or not? Because so far he's proven to be pretty successful. Do we really want to F around and find out? Do we really just want to sit here and just like play around with Putin like that? I don't know, because
see, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out.
That just seems to be the case.
Senior White House correspondent Kristen Holmes, who's with us. Kristen, what else did we hear from the Secretary of State here?
Well, Omar, it was a really short press conference. He said he had time constraints. He basically reiterated that he was very optimistic. But as you heard there, he sounded a lot more realistic than what we have been hearing from the White House, in particular, noting, again, that Russia has not signed off to anything and that these agreements or these negotiations between the U.S. and Ukraine is just a starting point. Take a listen.
This is comprehensive, what we're working on here today. It's not just about the terms that ends fighting. It's about also the terms that set up Ukraine for long-term prosperity. I thought we started laying the groundwork for that, most certainly in Geneva. I think we continued that work in our communications throughout the week. I think we built on that again today, but there's more work to be done. This is delicate, it's complicated. There are a lot of moving parts, and obviously there's another party involved here that'll have to be a part of the equation, and that'll continue later this week when Mr. Woodcock travels to Moscow.
Of course, that other party he's talking about is Russia. And as we have discussed, we have heard from the White House in the past where they have felt optimistic only to have Russia back out or Putin to essentially pull the rug out from underneath them. We all remember that sit down between Putin and Trump.
Oh, shoot. Shout out to my man Gaming. He says DJ Cali, another one. Hey, I appreciate that. Appreciate the support, guys.
Trump, in which Trump sounded incredibly optimistic coming out of it. He brought all the European leaders to the White House and then nothing for months. So there are still a lot of questions to be had. And what was interesting about listening to this very brief press conference is that no details were given, no real details substantially about what was being ironed out. Of course, we know that two of the biggest sticking points are still those security guarantees, wanting Ukraine and our European allies wanting to make sure that this doesn't happen again, that Russia doesn't invade Ukraine or any of those surrounding territories again, but also territory and ceding territory. Will Ukraine have to actually give up land? Most individuals, most people who are privy to these conversations do believe that some land is going to have to be ceded to Russia, but just how much land, that is a big question. We've heard a lot of back and forth on this. We know actually the conversation about this got tense at the last White House meeting that President Trump had with Zelensky when Trump was trying to tell him that he was going to have to cede land, and Zelensky essentially saying that wasn't going to happen. So still a lot of questions here. As you heard Rubio say there, Witkoff is going to be meeting with the Russian President Vladimir Putin later in the week in Moscow. One thing to remember is that President Trump himself says he doesn't want to meet with Zelensky or with Putin again until there is a done deal.
Yeah, Kristen, Witkoff, as you mentioned, and as we heard from the Secretary of State, expected to head to Russia for this meeting. But can you just give us a sense for why maybe this effort of a meeting for the Russian president is different than previous efforts. Maybe it's not, and we still haven't made substantial progress. But how is this potential meeting or this future meeting being viewed here?
Well, a couple of things. One is that they're going to the president of Russia with an actual plan. So that's different than what we've seen before. I mean, I will remind you again, this meeting between Putin and Trump in Alaska, nobody had a plan. It was just that Trump.
See, and that's the problem. I mean, Zelensky is acting like a retard in this regard right now, because it's like Zelensky to meet with French President Macron in Paris. For what? For what? Like, bro, France can't do shit for you. They can barely do anything for themselves right now. For what? Wait, just to look good in front of the cameras? Just so you can smile in front of the camera? Or is that what you're planning to run off to? Like, it doesn't make any sense right now. It's like, if you want to actually get some progression and you actually want to get an end to this war, I think you would meet with, Putin or any other of the Russian officials. Like, it does not make any sense you having a good time with Macron.
Said he wanted to see the end of the war. They sat down, they talked face to face. A lot of that was just Trump wanting to try to get a read on the Russian president. And of course, as we know, it didn't go anywhere. Then there was this whole conversation about Putin meeting again with President Trump, which Trump himself scrapped because he learned from his associates, from his advisors, that Putin wasn't ready to move in the same direction that the White House wanted to move in, which was an end to the war in Ukraine, or at least the White House didn't believe that. So what you're seeing now is this idea that there is a plan floating around. We know the Russians have been briefed on the initial plan. They've likely been briefed in between as well, because we know that the White House is in constant contact with Russia, as well as some of the counterparts, some of the actual intermediaries that go between the US and Russia. So it's likely they have an idea of what's going to be in this plan. But what you're seeing now is them hammering out the details with Ukraine. And you heard from both sides. There's a tough discussion going on here, which likely means they're telling Ukraine, you're going to have to cede some of this stuff if we want to actually get a deal. So what makes this different is that he's going to go in with likely a document that is the proposal for this peace plan that the U.S. wants, that the U.S. is going to be hammering home, and that the U.S. has just come out of these huge.
I'm crying. Shout out Jet. He says Zelensky's wife needs another McLaren. Can't end it. I mean, hey man, I can see that. Like in 2 more months, like, she's Zelensky's wife, and they're look, babe, just 2 more months. We can get some more money from France, and I can go ahead and get that McLaren, and then we can just run away to France and pretend like we never existed. Of course, all these Ukrainian lives are lost and all the land is lost, but at least we can get some money in a McLaren. So let's go.
Negotiation.
Like literally overnight is this going to be like a teleportation, and then all you're just going to hear is just
with Ukraine on. What doesn't make this difference is we still don't know how Putin is going to react, particularly to any changes that were made from the original proposal.
And shout out to my man Gamey, says another one.
Yeah, Kristen Holmes, appreciate the reporting.
Like
another one, and another one, and another one, and another one.
Hilarious.
As always, let's continue this conversation with Jill Doherty, a CNN contributor and author of the book My Russia: What I Saw Inside the Kremlin. Now, Jill, we heard from both sides today, U.S. and Ukraine.
I mean, look, man, we already know the Kremlin is bad. We already know Russia bad. I wouldn't want to live there myself, and I don't want Putin out here taking over the world. Like, of course not. But when it comes to this, I mean, he got it. He got it. And nobody's willing to put boots on the ground for Ukraine. So he got it. Like, I don't know what to tell y'all. Like, who's going to beat Russia but us? Like, I mean, Europe could try to tag team in, but I don't even know if they could win.
Ukrainian sides, that progress is being made. But at least in portions of.
Shout out to Jet, he said.
And another one, and another one, and another one.
Of the plan that had either crept out before. There were proposals potentially to cut off Ukraine's.
All right, F it.
Another one, and another one, and another one, and another one,
and another one, and another one. Like, Jesus, y'all are just abusing it. But all right.
Ability to join NATO, which of course is a big sticking point for Russia, potential ceding of land as well. I just wonder, are there any obvious places to you that you believe U.S. negotiators would start to ask of Ukraine at this point?
to concede some land. But all right, now let's go ahead and get over to the Democrats tried to flip a ruby red district with focus on costs. And I mean, let's hear how this Democrat will focus on costs. I think this was the same lady that said she actually hate her district or her city, but let's see.
World is a ruby red congressional district in Tennessee, the type of place where Democrats would ordinarily never have a chance. But both President Trump and the GOP congressman who recently resigned coasted to victory in Tennessee's 7th district, which encompasses parts of Nashville and wide swaths of rural areas. But suddenly, with less than 48 hours to go, both parties have poured millions in the final stretch, with Republicans scrambling to avert an electoral disaster. Joining me now is the Democrat who hopes to flip this seat and narrow the GOP's razor-thin House majority, Tennessee State Representative Afghan Bain. Representative Bain, thank you so much for being with me this morning. Really appreciate your time. As you know,
thank you for having me.
Absolutely. As you know, this is a district that is solidly red. Both Trump and GOP Congressman Mark Green won it by about 22 points, but your record is pretty progressive. So is that really in line with the more conservative voters in your district?
Well, the reason this race is competitive is because the Washington Republican agenda of delivering an economy that works for everyone has not delivered. And I think it's hilarious that Republicans and their billionaire friends are trying to spend millions to save a seat that they should win without thinking. But if we flip this seat, it will send a national message that the Republican Party needs to get serious about lowering healthcare costs.
But before we dive into some of those aspects in your race, I do want to get your views on your party, because there's been a debate since last year about the way forward in the party and the like, and voters still have a very low opinion of Democrats per many public polls. Even one recent poll showed that just 29% of Americans have a favorable view of Democrats. So what about your view about your party and your party's leaders, specifically about your party's leaders? Do you have confidence in your party's leaders?
Well, I've been running this race as a Democrat that cares about affordability, and I think that's what's going to win it for us.
I mean, everybody's doing the Mandani sauce. It's like, hold on. So if Mandani can win off affordability, maybe that's all I need to do. Like, maybe if I just spew a whole bunch of socialist ideas to, well, a bunch of Republicans, maybe I can do it. I mean, good luck, sis. Good luck.
I think that there is a new generation of leadership in the party, and especially from the South, where we want to see Democratic leaders that step up, especially in moments like this that require a fearless, bold leadership. And that's what I'm offering the district, and I think it's resonating with voters.
If you had a chance to, would you vote for Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker?
We represent very different districts, and I've got 48 hours to flip a congressional district and really send a message to Washington, like I said, that they need to get serious about healthcare costs. Honestly, I haven't thought about it, but I want to say that I have been really grateful as someone who has organized in the South her entire life. I've been very grateful for the national support in this race. Tennessee is often a state that is overlooked and disinvested in, and to see national surrogates and national supporters providing monetary support and jumping in, it really means a
Yeah,
lot.
she was the one who said she don't like the people in her district. I mean, I'm not sure how that's going to roll over into the election, but we'll see. I mean, hey, bro, in Virginia, there was an AG who was able to win after wishing death on children. So I don't know, man. Anything's possible. Anything's possible when it comes to the Dems.
To all of us, we welcome it all.
Yeah, speaking of that, I mean, because we are seeing both sides sending these big name surrogates in these final hours before Tuesday. And tomorrow, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is holding a tele rally for you. Are you in line with her ideologically?
Like I said, I think that there is a strain of the Democratic Party that cares about holding corporations accountable and lowering costs for working families. And my politics are one in alignment of that. As a state legislator, I've worked to eliminate Tennessee's regressive grocery tax. As an organizer, I work to make healthcare more affordable in the state of Tennessee. And so I think those are the Democratic leaders and candidates that I really resonate with, are those that are trying to lower costs for working families.
Yeah, because Trump has been calling you, quote, the AOC.
Yeah, see, this is the problem, though, that Dems kind of got to argue against. Then why are blue states more expensive than red if you guys are so good on affordability? Why should we look towards you guys on affordability when the prices for groceries that are paid between, let's say, my state and somewhere like New York is a 15 to 30% difference? So yeah, why should we depend on any Democrat to be able to handle affordability when across the board it shows that you guys are terrible when it comes to affordability? And trust me, sitting there having a flex on, oh, well, look at all the tax revenue we collect. I mean, thank you for reminding us that you love to tax your citizens. Thank you.
Of Tennessee. So, I mean, aren't you just feeding into that narrative by appearing with her?
Like I said, we're really grateful for the support across the political spectrum. And if you and for your listeners, the teletown hall also features former Vice President Al Gore, who is a Tennessee legend. So I look at it as iconic that you have Democrats from all political stripes joining in on this moment and saying, we are standing up to what is happening in Washington, and we want to be part of the solution rather than the problem.
Yeah, because some of those you're campaigning with, including AOC, have called for ICE to be abolished. You have been sharply critical of the ICE raids in Nashville, but do you think that ICE should be abolished?
Like I said, I've got 48 hours to flip this congressional district and have been dogged about the message of affordability. And that's not what I'm hearing in the district. What I'm hearing is people, especially rural voters, are driving 4 hours to a hospital without care. We've got veterans that are going without, care because the VA hasn't been fully funded. And so these aren't the issues that I'm hearing about in the district. What I am hearing about is that grocery costs are high, utility bills are high, rent is high, and there's no kind of end in sight. And so my message has been one to lower costs, and I think it's resonating across the district, which is why this race is so close.
How? You have been critical of the past on the
How though? Like I like how she said, oh yeah, I'm gonna try to lower costs, but how? Like that's the problem. They run on lowering costs, and unlike Mondani, I mean, they ain't really working with nobody across the board or across the aisle. So how are you gonna lower costs? Hopefully he lays in on that.
These ICE raids. Do you think all these ICE raids in Nashville should stop?
Nah, keep them going.
I mean, it's been hard. I'm in my district, I represent a Hispanic community, and I'm also a social worker. And so prior to that ICE incident, I was out knocking doors in my district, talking to Hispanic constituents who said that we are concerned about the overreach of our federal government. And so as a lawmaker, I represent 60,000 voters. As a congresswoman, I'll represent 400, 700,000 voters. And so I take into consideration the real issues that these voters and my constituents are living with. One of which is they don't want their federal government overreaching in their communities.
You're talking about a mainly red district. 9 times out of 10, they're not affected by it, and it's mainly happening in Memphis. So you're talking about a problem that's not really too, important in your district. I mean, I know you're trying to sensationalize it, but that's not you guys. Your district is talking about affordability, and you're trying to focus on ICE raids that don't even happen in that place or in that area. So how are you going to tackle affordability? Because trust me, ICE ain't your problem.
Your past tweets have gotten attention, including in 2020 when you posted deleted a post that said, quote, "Good morning, especially to the 54% of Americans that believe burning down a police station is justified." Another, you appear to supportive of a demand to, quote, defund the police. Do you regret posting those comments?
I mean, when did she post them?
Police.
Oh, okay, in 2020. Okay.
Do you regret posting those comments?
Yeah, I said that during the George Floyd moment when the entire country was demanding accountability and safer policing. And what I've always believed is that communities need investment. They need investment to be safe. They need investment in mental health.
Hey, shout out to my man James Foley. He says, just showing love. Where's the play button, man? I'm going to get it in March as long as I, have some good behavior. I don't get no strikes within the next 3 months. Well, yeah, 3 months. 3 months. I just got to survive 3 months.
Health responders, first responders, and youth programs to reduce that crime. I was a private citizen back then, and now I'm a lawmaker. Like I said, I represent 60,000 voters with diverse political opinions. But what I hear from families across the 7th district is that they want safe neighborhoods and they want to lower the cost of living. And that's where my priorities are.
So should you not have posted those?
like I said, I'm a lawmaker now, and so I wouldn't post things like that now, and haven't, because I've definitely matured, and I think that speaks to the moment as well that I've spent 10 years organizing in a state to ensure that communities are able to access investment for community response and safety, and I'll do the same as the next congresswoman for the 7th congressional district.
Yo, shout out to my man Gaming with
another one, and another one, and another one, and another one.
And another one.
I do want to ask you about an attack line from Republicans, because this is a comment you made in 2020 about Nashville. It's gotten a lot of attention in your race. Let's listen to this.
I hate the city. I hate the bachelorettes. I hate the pedal taverns. I hate country music. I hate all of the things that make.
And that's what I'm saying. I mean, bro, in these, places like hers, the pedal taverns, heavy on the country music. Yeah, ICE is not showing up in those places, baby girl. They're not showing up there. I mean, places like Memphis, for sure. If you was running in a district near Memphis, I mean, okay, cool, talk about ICE, but you're not. You're talking about a district where the main purpose or the main focus is affordability, and you're over here trying to bring up what liberal talking points for other areas. Like, come on now, let's just focus on your district. And besides, I mean, you don't even like these people. Like, come on, let's go back to what you were saying.
A lot of attention in your race. Let's listen to this.
I hate the city. I hate the bachelorettes. I hate the pedal taverns. I hate country music. I hate all of the things that make Nashville apparently an it city to the rest of the country, but I hate it.
Bro, Cap, she still wasn't.
I know you said those comments were taken out of context, but I want to ask you about.
I mean, you know what, Cap? He said, and watch her still win. I mean, hey, like I said, I've seen worse. I've seen worse. Shout out to that man. What was his name? Jay something, but he's the AG now of Virginia. And I'm just like, hey, he was death on children and still won an election. So I've definitely seen worse.
About it, because I'm wondering, do you think it was a mistake to say that?
And country life is nice.
Once again, I was a private citizen. Nashville is my home. Do I roll my eyes at the bachelorette parties and the pedal taverns that are blocking my access to my house? Yeah, every Nashvilleian does. But this race has always been about something bigger. It's about families across Middle Tennessee that are getting crushed by rising prices, while Washington politicians and billionaires argue about this type of nonsense. And so, once again, I've been steadfast and dogged in my message about addressing the affordability crisis in Tennessee. And like I said, the race is close because that is what I've been doing.
So this fall, after 43 days, the longest government shutdown in American history, just 6 Democrats voted with Republicans in the House to reopen the government. Virtually all Democrats, including your party leaders, voted no because there was no new healthcare policy included in it. So if you were in the House at the time, would you have voted with your party leaders to keep the government closed or with Republicans to open it?
I want to highlight an anecdote from the district that I think encapsulates how voters felt. I was at a healthcare town hall in Clarksville, and a Black female veteran who works at the Social Security office burst into tears. This was during, I think, the government shutdown had just ended, perhaps. And she, in her tears, said, why do I have to trade my pain for someone else's, alluding to the fact that, the Democrats, were holding out to ensure the ACA subsidy. So I want to flag that I think there's a lot more nuance in politics that we're not giving credit for. And I'm someone who always listens to my constituents. And more importantly, most people don't want to think about government. And the fact that they've had their government front and center for the past 9 months or 12 months speaks to the fact that they just want a government that works effectively for the people and to deliver lowering costs for them. And so I just, there's a lot of nuance, and I'm someone who always listens to my constituents, and I would have taken that into consideration in that vote.
So if you had, but it's a yes or no vote, so how would you have voted?
At this point, I'm not a congresswoman. Like I said, I would have wanted to hold a bunch of town halls across the district to see.
Now, I think she'd have said no. And let's be real, that's just what most of the Dems were doing. And I think she did just follow the crowd on that one, because sadly, she's following the crowd with her speech and her talking points. So it is what it is. All right, guys, let's get over, because there were a lot of Dems that were getting interviews. I mean, even Amy Colbert. All right, now let's go ahead and talk with her. Whoops.
As President Trump ramped up his crackdown on immigration, he made this claim on Truth Social. Quote, Hundreds of thousands of refugees from Somalia are completely taking over the once great state of Minnesota. Somalian gangs are roving the streets looking for prey as our wonderful people stay locked in their apartments and houses, hoping against hope that they will be left alone. Well, joining me now is the senior senator from the great state of Minnesota, Amy Klobuchar. Let's start with that.
Thanks, Dana.
Does Minnesota have a problem with gangs roving the streets?
Every state has a problem with crime. But what the president has done here is taken a horrific crime that occurred in Washington, D.C., where one beloved Guard member is still struggling for his life. Another was shot and killed. And the perpetrator, the murderer, is behind bars and being prosecuted. He took that case and then he went 2,400 miles away to Somalia and somehow indicted an entire group of people, 80,000 of them in my state, as well as later all naturalized citizens, 24 million people in the United States of America. This is what he does, and he tries to stoke division and make people hate each other. And here are the facts. In the state of Minnesota, you have a state, which he also condemned our entire state, is in the top 5 for Fortune 500 companies per capita in the country. It is a state with one of the best rates for unemployment, which of course we've been battered by the Trump tariffs and the like. But in fact, we have a strong economy in our state, and our state has a good healthcare system, which we're also struggling with because Donald Trump won't do anything to help the people of this country. And then he decided to blame the Somalian population, 80,000 of which, by the way, work in our schools, work in our airports, help take care of our seniors.
I mean, sweetheart, they got their own schools. At a certain point, you got to admit, like, y'all probably should have spread that population out a little bit instead of just letting them hone in all in one city to the point where it changed the demographics completely. Like, yeah, that's a problem.
And the vast majority of which are citizens of the United States of America. That's what he did.
I do, before we move on, want to give you a chance to respond to something else that the president said. He said that Congresswoman Ilhan Omar probably came to the U.S. illegally, mocked the hijab that she wears, and he called your governor, quote, retarded.
All right, mocking the hijab may have been a bit much, but I mean, Tim Walz is retarded. I mean, come on now. That's like, come on now. That's truth. Like, let's be real. Bro, it's kind of retarded.
These words shouldn't even be repeated by anyone, much less a president of the United States. Again, he goes after people because they look different than him. He goes after our governor and uses a slur that, by the way, has now led a legislator in Indiana who has a kid with disabilities to say that he's not going to vote with him on the redistricting vote in Indiana. These are the kinds of things he does. And they try to tear people apart, but as we saw from the midterm elections, it's not working. People look at their grocery bills, they know who to blame. They don't want to see the chaos. They don't want to.
Wrong. Actually, no. We look at our grocery bills and we still remember that, they're kind of still the same price that they went up to under you guys. And Trump actually was able to calm that down. So no. And as far as the immigration problem going down, there is only about 80,000 Somalians there. So I'll agree with her on this. The problem is not the 80K. The problem is that the fact that they're kind of like honed in, or they're kind of dogpiled in one section in, I believe, Minneapolis? Just like how all of these Somalians, I think it's the same thing in Dearborn, or I think it's just the Muslims in Dearborn altogether.
See the corruption. They mourn for the loss of this National Guard member. But
no, I believe if the 80K was actually sprinkled out through Minnesota, it wouldn't be that much of a problem.
I do not believe you should use it to turn away 24 million people who are already in this country, who are naturalized citizens.
I do want to turn to specifically the vetting process for the 190,000 or so Afghans who are resettled in America after the military withdrawal.
Like I said, if we're going to have judgment of Somalians, we need to have judgment across the board. Because I mean, hey, if they created a little Somalia somewhere, bro, we got little Italy, bro, we got a little Tel Aviv, bro, we got a little Mexico, we got a little Haiti. I mean, if we're going to call out Somalia, the little Somalia, we got to call them all out across the board.
You have been very focused on this issue. Just in August, you co-sponsored, along with another number of Republicans, the Fulfilling Promises to Afghan Allies Act. It would offer legal status for Afghans who were wartime allies, also enhancing how they were vetted. So my question is, if you are calling for enhanced vetting, does that mean President Trump has a point that there wasn't enough vetting?
Thanks for bringing up that bill, Dana, because I do think it's one of the solutions here. So the Afghans that came here, so many of them, and we know this, helped our troops, were translators for our troops, stood and saved their lives. And there are many of our veterans who feel very strongly about this. The bill is strongly supported by the American Legion, the VFW, many veterans groups. And very conservative Republicans have supported versions of the bill in the past, including Senator Mullen was on a similar bill. Senator Lindsey Graham is on this bill. And we believe you need the widespread across the board vetting. And then that temporary status, as we've done with our Hmong allies in the past and our allies that helped us during the Vietnam War, can have a permanent status. But the across the board vetting, which involves in-person interviews, gold standard, using biometrics, but also when you do it with the entire group of people that came over, you can collect more information. That's why I hope this will actually be an impetus to pass our bill and put the resources into it that we need to do the vetting across the board. But what the president's been talking about, he says different things different days, is taking 24 million naturalized citizens and looking at all of them, or just deporting people with
No. He was pretty much talking about like relooking at the 88,000 or damn near 90,000 Afghanis that came in through that what was it, Operation Allies Welcome. Yeah, he's talking about relooking at that since this guy kind of did something so crazy and so radical. So yeah, we kind of got to look over that. When he's not saying to look over all 24 million, but to look over the groups of concern. And I'm be real with you, the Afghanis kind of made themselves a group of, well, this Afghanistan guy has made himself, well, he made the whole group a group of concern. I mean, sadly, that's just the way it played out. And I don't like it, but in terms of national security, it must be done.
legal temporary status who are Somalians, which he said last week. So this is very different. This would be a very meticulous, detailed, across the board vetting of the people that came in.
Senator, before I let you go, in order to reopen the government last month, I guess maybe it was still this month, Democrats got a promise for a Senate vote to extend Obamacare premiums. Is that vote going to happen, and will that actually pass?
That vote will happen, and whether it will pass is in the hands of Donald Trump and the Republicans. People are seeing their health insurance premiums double or triple. We have a chance to do something. December 15th is a day, and then
hey, shout out to Cap Hunter. He said daily troll fee. Hey, I appreciate the support, man. Shout out.
They're going to be doubled or tripled for next year if this doesn't pass.
True.
Either we're going to pass this by forcing this vote, or we are going to get this on legislation, or we are going to march into the midterms and beat them despite their resistance. If they don't want to do anything about people's costs and their grocery bills and their health care and pummel them with these punishing Trump tariffs, then we will simply have to beat them in the midterms.
That's cool, but what are you guys going to do? Because, I mean, all you guys do is raise taxes, and then, I mean, you want to talk about affordability, all you guys do is overspend on these bills, about $1 trillion on them, and then cause inflation. So please tell me, as the people who low-key cause this affordability problem, what the F are you going to do? Like, please, just give us a plan. Instead of just saying, oh, there's an affordability crisis. Yeah, we know. You guys made it. Now, can you tell us how we're going to get out of it?
Democratic Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona is now here with me. Thank you so much for being here. I do want to start with the immigration plans. He said he wants to re-examine the status of people who are in this country legally, which may include naturalized citizens, blocking migration from, quote, third world countries, pausing all asylum decisions from any country, and calling for, quote, reverse migration.
Well, I think this is consistent with what we've seen from this president to date, rounding up people in their community. He said he was going to go after drug dealers, gang members, criminals. What we've seen so far is a little bit of that and a lot of just breaking up communities, going after people like Kelly Yu, who is in an ICE detention center in Phoenix, who I visited, who is a business owner. She's got 70 employees. She fled China 20 years ago, fleeing communist China, came to this country. She is undocumented. Her mom's a U.S. citizen, her kid's a U.S. citizen, sister's a U.S. citizen. She has a deportation order. She is no threat to anybody.
My bad. My bad. What I was actually getting irritated was like how he was like trying to talk about the immigration problem. I'm just going like, hold on. You're telling me this lady was here for years as an undocumented immigrant, kids and all, and you guys didn't help her get naturalized this whole time she was here. So it's kind of crazy how you guys want to complain about them or complain about how we're doing them by deporting them, but you guys did not help them whatsoever the whole time they were here. You did not put out no program to help these guys understand the naturalization process or urge them to get naturalized. Send them a goddamn letter if they're in your district going like, look, we're going to help you get naturalized. Just come in. We'll help you guys out. You didn't even do that. You just left them to Trump now, and now y'all want to bitch. When y'all have 4 years to help these guys out or set up a program to help them get naturalized. Like, okay.
Sister's a U.S. citizen. She has a deportation order. She is no threat to anybody. There are hundreds, if not thousands, tens of thousands of these people.
But these are legal immigrants that he's talking about. And
He's kicked out legal immigrants already. This is kind of more of the same from this president. When he says things like third world countries, what is he really saying? I think what
I'm sorry, but can you please name a name? What legal immigrants has he kicked out? Please let me know.
What he's saying is he doesn't want brown people in our country. And that is disturbing and it's un-American.
The Trump administration says the man accused of the shootings of the 2 National Guard members wasn't vetted. Now, to be clear, CNN is told that that's not true. There were multiple rounds of extensive vettings. But all told, there are about 190,000 Afghans in the United States who were allowed to come after the military withdrawal. Are you confident that the process was thorough, the vetting process?
Well, I think in what happened to Andrew Wolf and Sarah Beckstrom, horrific. She died. I'm praying for her family. I'm praying for him to recover from his injuries. It is a really horrible thing. There needs to be an investigation and find out, why did this guy do this? Was he radicalized in Afghanistan or, here in the United States? And if it makes sense to change some things, I think we need to do that. I
mean, yeah, for sure. Because let's be real. I mean, it doesn't make sense why he would go out and do all this. Like I said, he came in through the operations, friends welcome or allies welcome. He came here in 2021 for these. Been for 4 years, 4 years of fast forward. He gets naturalized in April 2025. And then we fast forward all the way out to November. Boom. He shoots 2 National Guardsmen yelling Allah Akbar. And guess what? He has a wife and kids all the way in Washington. So the man drove from Washington all the way out to D.C. to do this bullshit. I'm just like, what's going on here? I get what happened, but the way it happens a bit weird.
I used to have a commanding officer in the Navy that used to say, if you're not changing something, it's getting worse.
So the vetting system doesn't.
I think looking and changing processes is something the government should be doing in every government agency, like all the time. But this president has an immigration policy right now that is not helping our country, that is tearing communities apart. We need comprehensive immigration reform. He's kicking out people, that came here legally, that pose no threat to anybody. But go after the criminals, the drug dealers, the gang members.
I just want to be clear on what you're saying. Are you saying that all 190,000 Afghans in America should be re-vetted, that the
No,
process?
I am not.
No. Not all 190,000. Just the 90,000 that came through that program should be revetted. That's all. Like, just sit them down and be like, hey, bro, one of your boys, man, hey, he went out there, did something crazy. So we just got to sit you down. We're going to re-go over some things. Make sure you don't got no terrorist ties, because this could just be a one-off incident for all we know. So sorry, but we do got to sit you down and talk about this. I mean, that's fair. That's fair to do. And that's just, honing in on national security. And I got to respect it. It does seem like we're just kind of throwing all Afghans under the bus. But no, we just got to revet all 90,000 of them, just in case.
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
These are individuals that were fleeing the Taliban. Many of them worked alongside U.S. service members and provided a valuable service to the United States of America, and deserve an opportunity, to resettle in our country. We're a country
An
of
opportunity,
immigrants.
but with renewed vetting.
Well, people should be vetted. Hey, if you identify, a certain number of individuals that you have another question about, I think that's fine to do that. But go.
All right, shout out to my man Jet. He says Egghead Kelly is in space. Plus, TDS done rotted his brain out, like literally, especially with that whole Seditious 6 video. Like, I don't know why he put himself in that position.
Going after a large group of people, most of which I think are just trying to live their lives, raise their families, go to work every day. The U.S. government harassing them, years later, does not make a lot of sense to me.
I want to turn to new questions around the.
Oh, yes, the hell it does. When one of them go out and do something like that, and we don't know the reason why. Yeah, we kind of got to sit him down. And let's say this. Let's say it was PTSD. It had nothing to do with no terrorist ties or anything like that. Okay, cool. We don't need to, do any vetting. But let's say it is. Let's say bro has some secret terrorist ties to ISIS or something, or Al Qaeda. Then, yeah, we need to sit all 90K of them down and be like, yeah, bro, we sorry, but we got to, talk to you again, see if there's any connections, because the last guy we kind of got wrong on. Now we need to solidify, are you guys good? Are you guys safe to be here? Is it okay for you guys to still be here? Because we got to slip up.
First U.S. military strike in September on a ship that the administration says was carrying drugs. Now, sources tell CNN after the missile struck the boat, there were survivors, and that a second strike was launched to kill anyone who was left. Secretary Pete Hegseth is defending the move, saying it is lawful under both U.S. and international law. What do you think?
Well, Dan, I hope it's not true what is being reported. That would be very disturbing. I think there needs to be a Inspector General investigation. Pete Hegseth, who is totally unqualified to be Secretary of Defense, he fired a bunch of the IGs within the department. That makes this more challenging. I don't have a lot of confidence that he's going to investigate that. That's why in the Armed Services Committee in the Senate and the House, we're going to have hearings. We'll have public hearings. We'll put people under oath. We need to get to the bottom of this. Hey, the U.S. military is, the most powerful and effective, military in the world. And we've got to be, precise, and we have to be operating in accordance with U.S. law and international law, always.
Based on what CNN is reporting, what the Washington Post is reporting, do you believe if there was a second strike to eliminate any survivors, that constitutes a war crime?
It seems to. If that is true, if what has been reported.
I mean, yeah, the only way striking those two survivors would have been cool if that's actually what happened. But the only way it'd have been cool if those two survivors, I don't know, maybe had some bazookas or missile launchers as individuals to launch back at the boats or whatever. I mean, I'm saying that's that's damn near impossible. Like, unless they had an RPG on their back and they said, oh, nope, they can still fire out the water. Nah, I doubt that happened. So P. Hegseth is denying the story, so let's see what happens. So maybe they might release the footage and we all get to see what happens with that.
Reported is accurate. I've got serious concerns about anybody in that chain of command stepping over a line that they should.
Trust me, I agree. There's no way to make that make sense. No way.
Should never step over. We are not Russia. We're not Iraq. We hold ourselves to a very high standard of professionalism. And this is where I'm really troubled about this, is because I have so much respect for people in the United States Navy. I served in the Navy for 25 years, and there is no organization more professional than Navy SEALs, and they should be revered. And that's why I say I hope what I've heard about this strike is not accurate.
You mentioned that you were a captain in the Navy. If you received that order, would you have carried it out?
No, and I'm a guy who I have sunk 2 ships.
So what? You'd have ignored your order for your higher ups? I mean, okay, bro. And there's a legal department in the military that when it went down, your higher ups told you to do it. You'd have just said, "No, I'm not doing it." Well, okay.
I've sunk an OSA-2 missile patrol boat in Kuwait Harbor, a Palnakni troop carrier in the Persian Gulf during the first Gulf War.
Nice.
I never, in that situation, questioned whether those strikes were legal. We were given an order to do this. It was a time of war. These were Iraqi ships with Iraqi crew members who posed a threat to the United States military, in this case, who they invaded Kuwait. We're trying to kick them out of Kuwait. This was approved by Congress, all of that, right? So, but if I was ever given an order for a second, I've had questions about the operation in general, and I've been saying this for weeks, putting service members kind of like, are you stepping over a line here? Is this legal? They have tied themselves in knots trying to explain to us on the Armed Service Committee how this is legal, not sharing, all of the information either, which is really troubling. But going after survivors in the water, that is clearly not lawful.
You mentioned that Pete Hegseth should be held responsible. You mentioned that you would not answer the call if you were ordered to do this. That was the gist of the video that you and 5 other members of Congress who all served in various capacities in the military put out there. You said, our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders. That video, I don't need to tell you, sparked a lot of outrage from the administration. Yes, they launched an FBI investigation. Has the FBI knocked on your door yet? Have they asked?
Well, first, let me start by saying we said something very simple and non-controversial, and the President of the United States said, hang them, execute them, prosecute them. In my case, Secretary Hegseth said, prosecute him under the Uniform Code of Military Justice for, by the way, reciting the Uniform Code of Military Justice. It's obviously ridiculous, but this is an attempt to silence me, to get me to not hold this administration accountable. We have a president who doesn't understand the Constitution.
Look, bro, here's the problem, though. You guys came out with that video and didn't state the unlawful order. That's the problem. Like, if you came out there stating the unlawful orders, okay, cool, we can talk about that. But you didn't. You just left it up in the air for everybody else to figure out. I guess now they doubled down, and now they're talking about, oh, well, the unlawful orders is we're talking about the what? The National Guard being deployed or the strikes going on in the Caribbean Sea. That's what you guys are talking about now. And that's all debatable. So sorry, you can't just sit there and say they're unlawful orders.
Who installed an unqualified Secretary of Defense. I cannot think of a Secretary of Defense in the history of our country that is less qualified than Pete Hegseth. He should not be in this position. He should have been fired after Signalgate, and now he should be fired again for this, if this is accurate. So he's not going to get me to back down. But what he is doing is sending a very chilling message across our entire nation, not only in the military, but the civilian workforce. Who's going to speak up and say anything if they see something that's unlawful or see something waste, fraud, and abuse? Why would anyone speak out if they can go and try to prosecute a U.S. senator?
Is it happening?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I was notified.
I don't know why he's not calling out military leadership, because it goes down to them, right? Like, yeah, if it comes from the Department of Defense, it goes through legal review as well, but then it also goes down the chain of command. So why aren't you calling out the military leadership before calling out the soldiers or the National Guard? I mean, what about the leadership?
Notified about this through a tweet, the same tweet that you saw. And that,
because I mean, if you're trying to tell these guys to, ignore orders, I mean, bro, you are kind of inciting insubordination. So I don't know if he wants to keep going on this rant right now.
Demonstrates how unserious this administration is. They care more about the publicity about this than the process or the law. I haven't been notified by the Navy.
By the Navy or the FBI. So no
we
court-martial.
we got something about from the FBI, but the thing we received from the FBI, just like the president saying that we should be hanged, the thing we received from the FBI is more intimidation.
Hold on.
What did it say?
Now to clear that up, the president actually didn't say he didn't tweet that, nor did he say it. And this is what he honestly, I don't agree with what he did, but he liked a comment that said that they should be hanged. George Washington would do it. That he liked a comment. So when they sit there and say, oh, not George Washington, but Donald Trump said they should be hanged, he didn't tweet it. He didn't say it. Like, it did not come out of his Twitter fingers, okay? It came from a comment that he liked, which he shouldn't have liked.
Well, it just said there was no point of contact. It had something about coming in for an interview. And the question here should be, why did the FBI decide to do this? Or do you think maybe the president told the FBI director to go after these 6 members of Congress? So more bullying and intimidation. But Dana, I'm not backing down. These guys don't scare me. They're not serious people. I mean, the president of the United States and the Secretary of Defense. Neither of them.
Senator Mark Kelly, thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
All right. Now let's go ahead and get into the next guy here. Let's with Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen.
Shutting down the airspace.
Cool name.
President Trump declared that the airspace above
Mark
and around
Wayne.
Venezuela should be considered closed just days after threatening land action in the country, quote, very soon. Venezuelan officials were quick to push back, calling President Trump's comments a, quote, colonialist threat that constitutes an extravagant, illegal, and unjustified aggression against the people of Venezuela. I want to bring in Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma. Thank you so much for being here, sir. Is the president planning to attack Venezuela?
No, he's made it very clear we're not going to put troops into Venezuela. What we're trying to do is protect our own shores. We've made it very clear to Maduro and to the Venezuela people, which they're not the ones doing this. It's Maduro that's doing this, that we're not going to allow them to continue to use Venezuela as a terrorist country to ship in tons of drugs into the United States and continue to kill our brothers, our sisters, our friends, and family on the streets of the United States. And so President Trump has tried to do this through closing down international water. They continue to ship drugs out. Now they're starting to fly them into the United States through tail numbers that are being disguised as either commercial flights or private flights. And so the president's made it very clear he's shutting down the airspace. And by the way, we gave Maduro an opportunity to leave. We said he could leave and go to Russia or could go to another country. And the Venezuela people themselves have also spoken up and said they want a new leader and restore Venezuela as the country they used to be, a very prosperous country. But Maduro has absolutely ruined that country.
Senator, I want to ask you about that, but you said no troops on the ground. What about military airstrikes inside Venezuela?
No, he has not committed that either. He is protected or protecting the United States by being very proactive. This is what peace through strength looks like. We're not going to wait until you come to us. We're going to go to you if you threaten our country. You keep in mind, this drug war that has taken place that the Biden administration turned a complete blind eye to in 2024 killed more Americans on our streets than the entire Vietnam War has. And so or did. And so we are being very proactive by stopping them before they threaten us and threaten our shores. And I support the president and what he's doing here.
Senator, I have to ask, he is clearly very concerned about Central and South American presidents allegedly trafficking drugs to the United States. So if that's the case, why is he planning to pardon the former Honduran president who was convicted by an American jury of drug trafficking, who allegedly said, this is according to testimony from his trial, he would, quote, shove the drugs right up the noses of the gringos by flooding the United States with cocaine?
Well, I looked into this story a little bit, and actually seems like the cartel might have framed this guy because, one, he was using the military to crack down on the cartel, and he was taking out foreign investments that was also helping the cartel. But then all of a sudden, a cartel bust happens, and this man who's fighting the cartel for so long is now all of a sudden a kingpin. So I'm gonna be real with you, it kind of does sound like this guy was actually against the cartel due to the laws he was enforcing at the time. But somehow, some way, I guess he became they they charged him for drug trafficking. I think the cartel low-key framed him. And this is not me saying for sure, but as I was reading the story, this is what I came to.
Well, the particular circumstances that I'm not quite aware of. However, I do know we're trying to build relationships with Honduras. We're trying to build relationships throughout South America and Central America because China has greatly influenced those countries in a negative way.
Yep.
And it's not alleged that South and Central America and Mexico is flooding our streets with drugs. We know that's where they're coming from. And so I think by building new relationships, by allowing people to have a new beginning, he's showing good faith, saying, hey, we're going to work with you as long as you work with us. The minute you want to come punch us in the face, you want to continue to send your illegal drugs to us, we're going to be very proactive against you, which this is what peace through strength looks like.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm excited that we finally have a president that's taking a strong approach.
Okay, I understand that presidential power is pretty much absolute, and I get that. But as a ally of the president, as a senator, you, I'm sure, have an opinion. Is, on the one hand, threatening Venezuela and Maduro, while on the Maduro, and on the other hand, saying that you're going to pardon a guy who was convicted in an American justice system for doing exactly what you're saying, you know, intentionally poisoning Americans with drugs. Is that a good idea?
Well, I wasn't involved in the conversations that he had with the president of Honduras at the time. I believe there's probably a good faith that is being stretched forth here. If you saw the True Social post he put out, there was a direct message. I guarantee you the president's foreign affairs approach is one that's being very effective around the world, a lot better than the Biden administration. That's why world leaders are coming in every single day wanting to visit with the president. That's why the president is able to stop 8 foreign wars and hopefully 9 if we can hopefully negotiate a deal between Ukraine and Russia, because the world leaders respect him. And so what the president is doing is always calculated. And I haven't had a direct conversation with the president about it, but I do trust his natural reaction and his approach toward foreign affairs, because we can see it's being very, very effective.
I want to turn to new details we're learning about the U.S. attacks on a suspected drug boat, which have killed dozens of people. Now, sources tell CNN that in the first strike in September, one missile disabled the ship and killed many of the crew members. But when some survived that first strike, the military launched a second strike to kill anyone who was left. And these individuals were apparently unarmed, already injured from the original attack. Are you comfortable with that?
Well, I don't know if I believe that at all, because we're doing alleged sources. Nothing has been verified by this. We do know that a survivor that did survive in later attacks was picked up by the United States Coast Guard or Navy, I'm not for sure, and was sent back to his country. You guys reported on that. So I doubt very seriously that took place. And unless there was more to the story. That
he is right. In past practices where, you know, people survived, they were just taken back to their country. Now they're saying in this instant, well, there was a second strike that just obliterated them. So, yeah, what really happened? Because Hexef is denying it, but the Washington Post saying it happened. So we'll see where that goes.
It was enabled again and they were trying to run again. I don't know, but I don't think this story is accurate. And we keep talking about something that's alleged. It's alleged. It's not, nothing's been proven at all about this. No one's come out and said it was accurate. It's just somebody by alleged source that anybody can name or make up that this supposedly took place.
Well, the chairman, the Republican chairman of your committee, Armed Services, in the Senate, and the Republican chair of the House Armed Services Committee have both taken enough, see enough credence in this that they say that they are investigating in a bipartisan way, which we haven't seen a lot of in this administration so far. They're promising vigorous oversight, to be precise. If they find through the vigorous oversight that
they didn't.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say they didn't specifically name this issue. They said of the whole operation that's going on in international waters against these terrorist organizations trying to flood our streets with drugs. They said they're going to have oversight of it. They didn't specifically name this particular situation.
Okay, but as part of,
by the way,
no, that is true though. They do think that the whole operation that's going on over there is unlawful. So it's like everything that they're doing out there in the Caribbean Sea near Venezuela, unlawful.
House, they did the same thing.
okay, as part of that broad oversight process, and if they do find that the defense secretary gave an order to eliminate people who were already injured on a boat, which a lot of legal experts say is illegal. Mark Kelly was just here and he said it's potentially a war crime.
Well, oh crap. Whoops, sorry guys. Get over here to the next video real quick. Accidentally pressed X on that one, my mistake. But give me about 5 seconds here. There you go. There you go. Let's just go ahead and get on to our guy Walls.
Welcome back. And joining me now is Democratic Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. Governor Walz, welcome back to Meet the Press.
There you go.
Good to be with you, Kristen. Thanks for having me.
It's great to have you. Thanks you so much for being here. I do want to start with the tragic shooting of the two National Guard service members in the aftermath of the shooting. As you know, President Trump has responded by vowing to crack down on refugees, including from countries beyond Afghanistan, specifically targeting the Somali community in your home state. He also described you using a slur widely regarded as derogatory toward people with intellectual disabilities. I want to read for you what he said, Governor, and get your reaction on the other side. He said hundreds of thousands of refugees from Somalia are completely taking over the once great state of Minnesota. Somalian gangs are roving the streets looking for prey as our wonderful people stay locked in their apartments and houses, hoping against hope they'll be left alone. The seriously blank governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, does nothing either through fear, incompetence, or
Seriously retarded, Governor.
or both. What is your response to President Trump, Governor?
Yeah, well, first of all, let me express my condolences to the families of the National Guardsmen. They're out there doing their duty. They serve us. As a commander-in-chief of the National Guard and someone who served, we have a responsibility to put them in a position where they're protected and they have a clear mission. And so I would express my condolences there. Look, Donald Trump insulting me is a badge of honor for me, but I think we all know, as both as an educator for a couple decades and as a parent, using that term is just so damaging. It's hurtful. We have fought 3 decades to get this out of our schools. Kids know better than to use it. But look, this is what Donald Trump has done. He's normalized this type of hateful behavior and this type of language. And mainly, look, at first, I think it's just because he's not a good human being. But secondly, to distract from his incompetency. We know we just came through a Thanksgiving where prices are up. We know people are concerned about heating their homes as we're experiencing blizzards out here. At the same time, he's cutting those programs. So, look, we cannot allow this to be normalized. The people who Trump is, like this is language police. You guys are woke. Many times it's just about being decent to people and making them feel included. You can use that word. Sure, you can use that language, but you shouldn't. And that's something that Donald Trump fails to realize. But again, Kristen, this is.
I mean, come on now. Y'all called Donald Trump worse. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I'd rather be called a retard than a fascist. I mean, damn, you make it sound like I'm out here to kill people. But I mean, retard, I get you just question my intelligence. So I don't know, bro. I don't know. But you call him a fascist and baby Hitler. I mean, come on now.
Cruelness. This is meanness. It's aimed at a broader community. And as far as demonizing our Somali community, maybe he could help us on some things. Demonizing an entire community, folks who are in the professions, educators, artists, doctors, lawyers, entrepreneurs, they bring the diversity and the energy to a place like Minnesota. And for him to just randomly decide to do this, it makes no sense. Do your job. Get the criminals out. Secure our border. But do it with dignity and respect to the American tradition of respecting immigrants and refugees as a beacon of hope.
Well, Trump revoking the TPS for protection for Somalians in Minnesota, that's only about like 700 of them. So trust me, it's not a big dig into the 80,000 that's there.
Well, speaking of the Somali.
Oh, and shout out to my man Jet. He says, sorry, Governor Tampon. It was right place, right time. I mean, yes, Governor Tampon. So, yeah, shout out to Governor Tampon here for, of course, protecting the Somali community, which, I mean, I'm not mad at. The only thing that I'm mad about is that, I mean, bro, you got to get down to the point where it's like you kind of effed up the diversity in Minneapolis and in certain parts. Like, there could have been something you could have done to low-key spread this out a little bit, but hey, man, hey, F it. As long as you can blame it on Donald Trump, you ain't got to do nothing.
Community, President Trump is targeting them and your state in part. He's citing fraud as the reason for his crackdown. Dozens of people of East African descent have been charged, convicted, and sentenced for stealing more than $1 billion in taxpayer money from government programs during COVID. As you know, Governor, that is more than Minnesota spends each year to run its Department of Corrections. So I want to give you a chance to respond to this. Do you take responsibility for failing to stop this fraud in your state?
Well, certainly I take responsibility for putting people in jail. Governors don't get to just talk theoretically. We have to solve problems. And I will note, it's not just Somalis. Minnesota is a generous state. Minnesota is a prosperous state, a well-run state. We're AAA bond rated, but that attracts criminals. Those people are going to jail. We're doing everything we can, but to demonize an entire community on the actions of a few, it's lazy. And as you heard,
I mean, bro, look, bro, I would just come out with the numbers and disprove it. Be like, look, man, majority of the people that's doing fraud in my state ain't the Somalis. It's this group right here, and then maybe third or second place is the Somalis. I would just come out like that instead of just trying to sit there and, you know, skirt the question and try to blame Donald Trump for being a racist or something. Like, come on now. Or trying to say, oh, he's just being a racist against the Somalians and all this wild stuff. No, Somalians has been a huge concern for a minute now. I mean, really what's going on in Minneapolis and then, of course, what's going on in Dearborn have been a concern. And is it a bit excessive? Somewhat, yes. But to be quite honest, I do think that the Governor Walz could have definitely done something about this. And what he could have done was, well, make sure there wasn't just a dog pile into one part of the city or Minneapolis in general and kind of ruin the demographics. Because there's only 80K of them, but they're concentrated in a couple places. I mean, that's crazy. Oh, and shout out to she says, so I used the order again for my Thanksgiving ingredients, exact same order as the last 2 years, and it was $75 less than last year alone. I know, because them prices stopped skyrocketing, thank God. But I mean, yeah, trust me, they also say consumerism was up about, what was it, 187 million Americans were reported to be spending more on doing shopping. It was about what, 2 to 5% up from last year. So yeah, people are spending more money. And like I said, there's still an affordability crisis. I mean, we could be doing better, but as terms as money circulating the economy, we're doing better than last year.
Senator Kelly say this president has cut a lot of inspector generals. He's cut programs that could help us tackle this on. So we'll take it on. We'll put folks in jail. I don't care what your nationality is. I don't care what your religion is, your color. If you're committing crimes, these are programs that were meant to serve students with autism, to housing, and to making sure people had enough to eat. There's a reason Minnesota ranks as the top lowest childhood poverty, best place for children to live. People are taking advantage of that. They're going to prison. That is totally disconnected with demonizing an entire group of people who came here fleeing civil war and created a vibrant community that makes Minnesota and this country better. But that's Donald Trump. Deflect, demonize.
Well, according to Tim Walz, what they're doing over there is okay. They're allowed to have their little Somalia. It's all good. And I know why Dems feel like this, because let's be honest. I mean, they can kind of call us out on this. Like I said, it's only a problem until the Somalians do it. Doesn't that sound a little racist? Because we let the Jews do it. We let the Hispanics do it. Haitians do it. We let other countries come over here and do it. But all of a sudden, the Somalians do it, and now we're losing our shit. And I mean, I see why the Dems don't have a problem with this, because they do this across the board. And I mean, if we don't stop other countries from doing it, like places having a Chinatown, then who are we to stop the Somalians? So I kind of get their perspective on this. Personally, I wouldn't allow it, but hey, that's just how they've been living their whole life.
Come up with no solutions. He's not going to help.
And shout out to my man Gaming. He says, no, he doesn't take ownership of the outcome. Oh, yeah, Lord knows he's not, because he probably helped it. Most likely he helped this happen, and he's defending it.
Fix anything on fraud. my God, there's a big difference between fraud and corruption is something he knows about.
Well, Governor, let me have you weigh in on this, because part of your initial response to President Trump's post was to call for him to release the results of his MRI. And I want to give you a chance to give our viewers exactly a second.
And I mean, shout out to Jet, because I also agree. Is like, did they assimilate or not? That part matters. Honestly, that's the part that's the part that really matters. Did they assimilate or not? That's the only part that matters. If they didn't assimilate, I mean, then yeah, they probably shouldn't be here. If they're still, I mean, want to go fight for their country and all that, hey, let them. Ask them. Ask each one, who would you rather fight for, America or Somalia? If they say Somalia, great. Put them on that jet right over there. Make sure it's a comfortable jet, nice first class and all that. It'll be the last luxury thing they see until they touch down in Somalia.
Sense of what you mean. What exactly were you suggesting by that, Governor?
Well, here we got a guy on Thanksgiving where we spent time with our families. We ate, we played Yahtzee, we cheered for football or whatever. This guy is apparently in a room ranting about everything else. This is not normal behavior. It is not healthy. And presidents throughout time have released a couple things. They've released their tax returns, not Donald Trump, and they've released their medical records, not Donald Trump. And look, the MRI is one thing, but I think what's most concerning about this is, as your viewers out there are listening, has anyone in the history of the world ever have an MRI assigned to them and have no idea what it was for, as he says? So look, it's clear the president's fading physically. I think the mental capacity, again, ranting, crazily at midnight on Thanksgiving about everything else, there's reasons for us to be concerned. This is a guy that randomly says the airspace over Venezuela is closed. He's ruminating on if you could win a nuclear war. Look, this is a serious position. It's the most powerful position in the world. And we have someone at midnight throwing around slurs that demonize our children. At the same time, he's not solving any of the problems. So I'm deeply concerned that he is incapable.
I mean, Tim Walz, affordability in your state is also your problem as well, dog. What are you doing about it? Like, come on now.
Capable of doing the job.
Governor, a couple more to get to here. I want to talk about the Democrats. You were, of course, the Democratic vice presidential nominee in 2024 because President Biden dropped out over concerns about his fitness for office. Vice President Harris, in her new book, said it was, quote, recklessness for former President Biden's allies to leave the decision about running for re-election up to him and his family. Do you agree with her? Was it recklessness?
Look, I wasn't there, Kristen, on this, and I think the president, again, got us through.
He said, look, man, I just walked in as the VP candidate. I wasn't really read too much into Biden. I'm skirting it. Like, don't ask me that. Yeah, trust me, it's not a good look. Like, everybody, because here's the thing. The Dems, it's really hard for them to come back from the fact that they sat there and called us ages. They said we're delusional. We're just looking to hate Biden when we was calling out his mental, capabilities. When, he was being forgetful, forgetting people's names, forgetting to sign certain things, and then, of course, not finishing his sentences. When we're calling that out, we were being criticized. And now that when it came to the debate and it was seen on the national stage, I mean, they ain't never forgive us for their covering up of Biden's mental health, or at least the media's covering up of Biden's mental health that they all fell for.
COVID.
I mean, don't be mad at us. Be mad at mainstream media for telling y'all different. And shout out to my man, Daniel Castro. Like, there are grown retards too, Tim. Tim. I'm done. Shout out to the supporters. Appreciate you guys.
Pressured us through, brought the economy back from the edge. I think there's question about this, and I want to be very clear.
Oh, and shout out to my man Josh from the clutch for 30 joules.
Talking about the MRI. Ageism is a real thing. Ableism is a real thing that we need to be careful of with people. And I think
ageism is a real thing, bro. You're going back to the old talking point of where, bro, yes, he was old, but let's be real. My man was breaking down. We were calling it out, and you guys didn't really want to lose power, so you hit it. You hit it from the American people. Like, that's all it is. And you try to call us ageist when we try to call it out. So I'm be real with you. Y'all just gaslit us and then when we were right, then what? Then you want to move past and then put in Kamala Harris and then y'all lost. I mean, that's on y'all.
Donald Trump made a cottage industry out of attacking Joe Biden's competency, and it seemed like that got reported a lot. Now, whether that decision should have been made sooner, history will determine that. What I do know is that going forward, We need somebody in office who's actually going to tackle the things Americans need, whether it's about costs or whether it's about our national security needs and honoring those with our allies. And I think maybe there's a lesson to be learned from what happened with President Biden. If that's the case, it should certainly be applied right now to this president who is putting Americans at risk, is reckless, and is not doing what he's asked to do, make life better for the American people.
All right, let me.
And shout out to my man Chase. He says, conspiracy hour, where are we at? And oh,
Another one, and another one, and another one, and another one.
hey, appreciate the support, Chase. And I believe we would be at, I think we're like at 44 now. I think like, let me see here. Yeah, 46.
Turn to the future. Former Vice President Kamala Harris has left the door open to potentially run for office again.
Don't do it, Kamala.
Do you still think she's the strongest person to run for president in 2028?
Well, I'm glad she's out there, and I'm glad a whole lot of other people are out there, because I think Donald Trump sucks up so much oxygen. We need to have the Democratic Party out on the field, the broad, inclusive Democratic Party, talking about making life more affordable, talking about protecting freedoms. And I think Kamala Harris does a wonderful job with that. If she chooses to run, that betters all of us. We will have the process. We'll go through. I'm sure there'll be a lot of folks throw their hat into the ring, but that's good. And we need to make sure that we're providing the alternative that America's asking for. If they're going to elect us, we need to make sure healthcare costs come down. We need to make sure prices come down. We need to make sure that we're addressing the things that they care about. Whether
I don't know, why don't you do that now? I mean, you can lower taxes right now. I mean, you can find a way to lower energy costs right now in your state, right now, but you won't do it for some reason.
Clean water or protecting environment. Those are things they want to see us get done. And I think she had a message last year that I'm proud of. I think, did it break through enough? Obviously not, but it's still a message that works, making sure that America is affordable for all, people feel included, and we tackle the toughest problems.
All right, Governor Walz, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the.
Okay, let's go ahead and get over to the next video with Kevin Hassett on the ACA subsidies extension rumor. I mean, hopefully they're going to do something with that. Hopefully.
We turn now to the director of the White House National Economic Council, Kevin
What the
Hassett.
heck?
Kevin, thanks so much for being with us.
Great to be here.
So we've all eaten the turkey. Holiday shopping has begun in earnest. So let's talk about what the holiday shopping season looks like. We've got new surveys from Goldman Sachs and Bank of America that paint a modest picture of the holiday spending outlook. They say low and middle income Americans are planning to pull back a little bit because they perceive that prices are higher. And they say if spending is up this year, it's going to be because goods in part are more expensive. Is this the temporary result or long-term result of the Trump tariffs?
Right. Well, what we've seen,
Hey guys, let me know if you can hear the video okay, because the sounds a little bit off.
those were reports about what people anticipated would happen over the Thanksgiving weekend, but we now have hard data for Black Friday and even for Saturday.
And shout out Tove. Appreciate it, sis. You said they committed and got away with it. Literal elder abuse for years. Yeah, trust me. I said the same thing. Like when I seen Biden on stage, bro, I mean, you can even go back to my reaction of it. I felt bad. I was like, hey, like this ain't it. Like, trust me, I wanted the man to lose, but not like this, not like just looking absolutely terrible, looking decrepit. So when I seen that, I was like, I ain't gonna lie. Whoever put him out there, bro, y'all should go to jail. Like whoever made Biden go through that, you should go to jail.
The online sales were up almost 10%. In-store sales were up 4%. It was really a blockbuster weekend after Thanksgiving. And so I think that the folks who were saying, wow, maybe people are going to be anxious about, going back and getting presents for the kids and so on, they've been disproven this weekend. And I think the reason is that incomes are up this year. We had a great jobs report, and with strong income and the government shut down over so that people presumably have a little pent-up demand as well, I think that we're looking at a great recovery from a few weeks because of the shutdown.
Sure. I'm wondering how much of that spending increase you think is attributable to the fact that prices are up. Let me give you an example. The maker of Tonka trucks said a couple days ago that a toy truck that cost $30 last year is going to cost $40 this year, partly because they lost about 8 weeks of shipping due to the U.S. trade war with China. What's your advice to holiday shoppers who don't want to spend more this year than they did last year or can't afford to spend more?
Right. Well, as you know, it depends on what you're looking at. Like egg prices are down, gasoline prices drop below $2 a gallon in a lot of places.
You mean
mortgage
below-
rates are down.
Gas prices on average are still at $3 a gallon.
Yeah, that's
across the
right.
country,
For a few states, they got below two. And so the point is just that in the end, what matters is in the aggregate, the average across everything that everybody buys, and that averaged about 5% under Joe Biden, and is a little bit above 2.5%, about cut in half for President Trump. And the bottom line, though, is really that wages have been growing faster than prices, and that's why real incomes this year are up by about $1,200 so far. That's why we can have a great Black Friday and a great Thanksgiving sales weekend, because people feel like they have more money in their pockets. Even though you're right, there are some things that cost more and some things that cost less. But on average, we're about half the inflation rate of Joe Biden.
Polls show that the public, despite some of the data you're presenting, is getting more skeptical. In our latest CBS News poll, 68% of Americans said they believe that President Trump's policies are pushing grocery prices up. They're up about 1.4% year to date. And economic sentiment, the number of people who think the economy is good, has actually dropped 6 points since he took office. How do you explain that?
Well, first of all, you mentioned quite accurately the 1.4.
Because prices were still casually increasing, even though inflation was being lowered. But all right, though, let's go to a video we can actually, hear. Well, I can actually hear. All right, let's get into it with Kristi Noem. Kristi Noem blames Biden Afghanistan abandonment for National Guard shooting. All right, let's see.
To meet the press.
Thank you, Kristen. I appreciate you inviting me on.
Thank you so much for being here at the conclusion of just a devastating week. I do want to start with the investigation into the attack on those two.
Yo, and shout out to Jet. He said, heels up Harris, likes the saying, and another. Here we go. Heels up Harris, and like the saying.
Another one, and another one, and another one, and another one.
Bruh.
Finish him.
Guards members. What is the latest you can tell us about the attack, the suspect, Ramanullah Lakhanwal, and what you have learned about the motive, Madam Secretary?
Well, we know that this individual came into the country under Operation Allies Welcome and during the Biden administration, and that disastrous withdrawal that we all watched unfold in 2021. He's been in this country and was in the Washington state area. We do know that we're talking to his contacts and going through information, continuing to gather that as we go forward. But we're going to use every tool at our disposal to bring him to justice and make him pay for what he has done, not just to America, but how he's devastated these families and taken the life of one of our soldiers and devastatingly injured another one that we're still praying for each and every day. My heart goes out to Andrew and Sarah's families. I can't imagine what they're going through. And President Trump is absolutely dedicated to making sure that he's bringing this individual to justice, and anyone that he would have talked to, anyone that he knows that would have known about this plan and this attack, he will absolutely bring in, and there will be consequences and they will pay.
Yeah, and our condolences to the family of the Guards member who did pass. I do want to go back to this question, Madam Secretary. Do you know what the motive was at this point? Do you believe the suspect acted alone?
We're still going through all of that information, and I'll let the FBI and DOJ reveal new information. But I will say we believe he was radicalized since he's been here in this country. We do believe it was through connections in his home community and state, and we're going to continue to talk to those who interacted with him, who were his family members, talk to them. So far, we've had some participation, but anyone who has information on this needs to know that we will be coming after you and we will bring you to justice. We absolutely will persecute you, because we do know that we will never allow this to continue to happen in our country. Allow individuals who came to our country that were unvetted by Joe Biden, allowed to run free and loose. We are going to bring them to justice and make sure that they're returned out of this country if they aren't here for the purposes of being an American.
I want to follow up with
He
you.
was
You say
vetted.
something very notable. You say he was radicalized here. This suspect, we should note, was a member of the.
We're assuming that he was radicalized here because, like I said, I mean, he didn't do anything in Afghanistan but help us fight the Taliban, help us fight the radicals. And then he came over here for 4 years, you know, got a wife, got about 4 kids, and all of a sudden he drives across America to shoot 2 National Guardsmen. I mean, it is kind of crazy. It is kind of crazy now. And shout out to my man Chase. He says, "Is it the terrorists that put allies in ally in allies welcome or hold on, wait. Hopefully I read that right.
Another one, and another one, and another one, and another one.
Ally and allies welcome. All right.
CIA trained strike force, according to.
Now that okay. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, was it the terrorists that put the allies and the allies welcome, pretty much Operations Allies Welcome? And Operations Allies Welcome was bringing those Afghanistans who helped us fight the Taliban over into the United States. That was the Allies Welcome. So that's what that's what bro talking about. Okay.
Former intelligence and military officials. He would have undergone extensive vetting during his tenure there. And afterwards, it is worth noting Citizenship and Immigration Services, an agency which is a part of DHS, approved the suspect's asylum application in April of this year. Why did the Trump administration grant the suspect asylum in April? Did you know then that he was moving toward radicalization?
That's what I'm saying. Like, how quick was he radicalized? Because if he was in contacts with people, if he was like maybe contacting people like that, maybe he was contacting a terrorist group, I feel like we'd have caught that before, you know, he became naturalized. Unless he waited to become naturalized. And like I say, like 4 or 6 months later, here we are. So yes, this is a bit strange.
Well, Kristen, you need to remember that when this abandonment of Afghanistan happened, the Biden administration put people on airplanes, brought them to the United States without vetting them. They brought them into our country and then said they would vet them afterwards. And then at that time, to do a good job of vetting people, you need to have cooperation of that government that is from their country. You have to have a stable government that will give you information, contacts, background information, and biometrics that you may need to identify that individual, their dates of service. All of that vetting information was collected by Joe Biden's administration that was used and in the process. So President Trump, thankfully, has completely changed that. We are now using all social media content. We're going after what they have been doing with their contacts, their biometric data information we are collecting. Now, when we vet individuals under this administration, we know who they are, why they are here, and going through that. Unfortunately, this individual, that entire process happened under Joe Biden's watch.
Well, but just to be very clear, I want to go back to what happened on the Trump administration's watch. He was extensively vetted in order to serve alongside U.S. service members as a part of the CIA trained strike force. But in terms of what happened on the Trump administration's watch, just to be very clear, what vetting did the Trump administration do before giving this suspect asylum?
Good question.
The vetting process, Kristen, happens when the person comes into the country, and Joe Biden completely did not vet.
So here's the thing, though. Then why is everybody so hinged on this was a terrorist attack? Oh, because he yelled Allah Akbar with no connections to right now, no connections that we could trace back to terrorists. Like, don't you think then y'all kind of jumped the handle with this whole cracking down on, you know, Muslims and, you know, the Somalis and all that, since we have kind of like, think about it. He had to get vetted to get naturalized. So if he was being radicalized then we'd have caught it. So unless he was radicalized, I don't know, like, let me be real with you. He had to have been radicalized inside the United States during those 7 months after he got naturalized. That's what it seems like. And this might have, or not even radicalized. This might have been something going on in his personal life where he just cracked. But who knows? We are just jumping to conclusions on this one.
Any of these individuals, did not vet this individual, waited until he got into the United States. And then that application for asylum was opened under the Joe Biden administration when he was the president in the White House.
You're right. He was let in under Biden, but I mean, he was naturalized under Trump. So Well, yeah, you're right. Where was the F up with that? I mean, like, we didn't catch anything then, or if not, I mean, you might want to go get that report then. You're like Christy Gnomes, you might want to go get that report, which you should have showed up with, and be like, well, under us, he checked out. I'm not sure how, but he did. So we're looking in further into things.
House and allowed that to go forward with the information that they provided. That's the Biden administration's responsibility. This is the consequences of the dangerous situation he put our country in when he allowed those people to infiltrate our country during that abandonment of Afghanistan. And that's why I'm so grateful we have a president now that isn't going to allow it to happen, that he now has put in place measures under his watch at the Department of Homeland Security that we are bringing in new information on vetting, new information to use, such as what do they do on Facebook? What do they do on TikTok and other social media platforms? And who are they talking to? Who are their conversations with? And we use their biometric data information now to track to make sure they are who they say they are and they're here for their right intentions.
And we are going to talk about some of the steps the president's taking, but I just want to be very clear about this because his asylum was approved in April of this year on the Trump administration's watch. So just to be very clear, was there a vetting process in place to approve that asylum request?
Yeah, the vetting process all happened under Joe Biden's administration.
But was he vetted when he was granted asylum? Are you saying he wasn't vetted when he was granted asylum?
Vetting is happening when they come into the country, and that was completely abandoned under Joe Biden's administration.
I mean, sweetheart, though, hold on now. Look, I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to blame it on Biden, and yes, I mean, great. Biden can share some blame in this, but yeah, he was naturalized in April 2025 this year. So you telling me that you guys didn't look through this guy's file and didn't see anything wrong? And if not, just say that. I don't even know why you got to try to circle back to Biden. Just say, look, we didn't find nothing either. That's why we're doing further investigating. Not just try to keep spinning it back on Biden.
That's the irresponsibility that has completely devastated our country, Kristen, put us in such a dangerous position. I don't think people realized when Joe Biden was in the White House exactly.
And look here, no, like I'm all with her when it comes to, yeah, you're right. She's right. He came in under Biden. The vetting process was most likely not good. But now, like 4 months into the administration, this guy gets in or he gets naturalized. So you guys telling me you didn't do that proper vetting then or take the due diligence since he's on the final stage of like pretty much the vetting process or becoming a citizen? He's about to get naturalized. You didn't do it then? You just said, well, the Biden administration said he was cool, so you stamped it. After all the distrust you guys have about his immigration policies, you just stamped it. All right, then. I don't know, but Chris, you need to explain this a little bit better.
How he was allowing our country to be infiltrated with people that we didn't know who they were. Some of them we did know were dangerous, and we went after as soon as they came into this country. But under this program, we could have up to 100,000 people that came in from Afghanistan that may be here to do us harm. And President Trump is absolutely dedicated to getting them out of our country.
Okay, we have a lot more to get to. I want to talk about how the administration is responding. President Trump on Thursday promised to, quote, permanently pause migration from all third world countries. Is the administration ending all legal immigration into the United States?
The president is absolutely determined to stop all processes at this point in time from third world countries until
no, pause all immigration for like 10 years. Like, honestly, it's pause all immigration forever, bro. We got like almost everybody we have literally everybody in the world living here. We have enough Asians, we have enough like Arabs, we have enough black people, we have enough white people, we have everybody here. We can shut down immigration forever and still have diversity. You know that, right? Like, we've achieved the goal of diversity, Dems. Okay, you got what you wanted. Now just shut it down before it gets worse, before it gets out of control. Because we can shut this down right now, and we'll still have generations of of Asians, of Indians, of of people whose family members were born in other countries, still here, still American. But let's just shut this shit down. I mean, we got enough. This is already going to be a forever diverse country. So let's just shut it all down. Y'all got what y'all wanted, right? Do we need more? No.
We can have a thorough opportunity to go through these individuals, know that they're here for the right intentions, and that they even should be in our country to begin with. He's putting Americans first, their safety first.
Sadly, I mean
and
it,
these third
though.
world countries don't have stable governments. They can't sustain them. They can't tell us who they are. And that's really the consequence of what we're seeing unfold with the violence on our streets, is because these countries that people have been traveling to our shores from for so many years under the Biden administration, their governments didn't tell us who they were. We don't have a proper vetting process. So that's
True. I
one.
mean, look, if we shut down immigration right now, we send out all the Somalians, Afghanis, and any other race that got here under fraudulent means. I mean, bro, even even we get down to Somalians and we just shut down immigration. I mean, those 80K Somalians, one they're gonna be 3,000. My bad, 3,000, not 3,000, but 300,000. So, bro, let's just shut it down now and just rock with the diversity we have now. We'll be diverse until the end of effing time because of this. So, Dems, you got what you wanted. Just stop it.
One of the things I'm so grateful for is that President Trump has been bold enough to say, you know what, we're going to stop. We're not going to allow this to continue until we have a process in place that ensures that it actually has integrity for people that will protect us and keep us safe.
Well, the director of Citizenship and Immigration Services posted Friday that the agency, quote, has halted all asylum decisions until we can ensure that every alien is vetted and screened to the maximum degree possible. For people fleeing violence and persecution who were hoping for protection here in the United States, one of the hallmarks of this country.
And shout out Tobe. She said, exactly, Seth. We have been setting ourselves on fire to keep the whole world warm for decades. We are burning ourselves, literally. Just keep on pushing this diversity. We got enough. Like, literally, if we were to shut it down today, you would be surprised at how much different races we'd have here. We just shut all immigration down today and just run it. And then we do the projection. I'm like, bro, these groups will one day hit 1, 2, 3 million one day without immigration, just off raw population. So, yes, we can stop now and still keep diversity. We don't need no more Asians, Indians, Africans, nobody, not even Middle Easterns. We don't need it. Not even more white people. Let's just shut it down. Like, when we did it, we achieved the most diverse nation in the world, damn near. Let's just cut it off now.
Is the United States now closed to them officially?
They will be properly vetted. They will have new standards put in place, applied to them to ensure that they're here for that purpose.
When will
But
the
yes,
asylum
absolutely.
process
Nobody's
start
coming
again?
here until we're sure that they're going to be someone who truly deserves that program, deserves that opportunity. And under the last administration, that just wasn't happening. We had all kinds of people come in and use those programs for nefarious purposes, and it's going to stop.
Okay. When will the asylum process start again?
Well, it'll start when we know that we have dealt with the backlog that we have, Kristen. One of the things that nobody's talked about yet is that Joe Biden left us with a backlog of 1.5 million asylum cases. They allowed so many people to abuse that program that they didn't even process the paperwork. So people who maybe, as you would say, could have credibly claimed this, they weren't even getting processed for years and years because they were allowing it to be abused in such a way. So that backlog needs to be cleared up. The individuals who are here in this country on that program need to be vetted under our standards that we're implementing under President Trump to ensure that they even should be in our country. And if they're not, removed immediately.
Will you deport people with pending asylum claims, Madam Secretary?
We will if they should be. Absolutely. Yes, we are going to go through every single person that has a pending asylum claim, has an asylum claim here in this country. You know, one of the requirements of asylum is that you have to come in every single year for a checkup and an interview process and a revetting. And that is something that we're going to expedite and happen immediately with anyone who does have that asylum claim today, and ensure that they deserve to still be in this country, that they still have the purposes for which they claimed that asylum in place, and that they're not here being radicalized and perpetuating dangerous criminal activity against our Americans.
All right. President Trump wrote on Thursday, quote, only reverse migration can fully cure this situation. On Friday, DHS posted, quote,
reverse migration may be a bit much, but to shut down all migration forever, I mean, there you go. That's where I'm at this point. To shut it down for all forever. If they want help, we'll try to help them in their country, and they got to go ahead and take. I mean, I don't know what y'all got to do. I got to make it work. I got to overthrow the dictator, figure out a way to get to a constitutional republic without our help, with no foreign aid involved, and with no way to bring y'all asses over here. Like, let's stick them where they at and let them do what they got to do. And I know the dumbasses want to say, but we need tech and we need doctors. We got that here. We can make doctors here. We can make tech guys here. We got enough people here, okay? And if you want to be a dickhead and be like, well, we need the Chinese and Indians, we got enough of them here already. You ever went to Chinatown? Trust me, we got a lot of them. We got enough Indians here already. I mean, don't worry, we got them.
Now. As you probably know, this term has been used in different situations, but including by the far right in Europe to call for the mass deportation of non-white immigrants. How specifically does the Trump administration define remigration?
Well, President Trump has been working towards cleaning up the mess that Joe Biden left us ever since he came into the White House.
But how do you define that word,
know,
Secretary Noem? How do you define that word?
15. Well, first of all, we have criminal illegal aliens we've been targeting since day one. We have removed millions of people from this country already just in the few short months that President Trump has been president by making sure we're going after criminal illegal aliens that are murderers, rapists, and criminals and getting them out of our country, bringing them to justice, and then encouraging people to go home. If you're here illegally and breaking our laws, you can leave now and you may get the opportunity to come back someday. But if you wait until we detain you, and we will deport you and you'll never get the chance to come back to America and visit us or become a citizen. We're going to continue to do that, go after those criminals, go after those individuals that came in under programs that were broken on the Biden administration and people who were in place and leadership in that crazy 4 worlds we lived through, 4 years we lived through before President Trump came in. Thank God we have a president now that recognizes that letting all of these people into our country that we don't know who they are is dangerous, that we let in terrorists, we let in criminals, we let in mentally unstable people. They shouldn't be here. They're going to leave. And President Trump is going to ensure that Americans become first and the priority and that they're going to be safe on their streets again.
Secretary Noem, let me turn to my final topic. In a filing in federal court this week, the Justice Department said that when the administration was ordered back in March to stop sending detained migrants to a mega prison in El Salvador, you personally made the final call to continue the flights anyway. Is that correct? Do you acknowledge that?
You know, we have court filings going on and decisions that are going forward. I'll let them continue to play through that process.
But did you make that
I'm
call?
proud of President Trump and his leadership and the decisions that we have made, and the decisions that are made on deportations, where flights go and when they go, are my decision at the Department of Homeland Security, and we will continue to do the right thing and ensure that dangerous criminals are removed.
So that you're saying that it was your decision. It sounds like the judge wanted to ensure that people were given due process. He said very clearly, quote, any plane containing these folks that is going to take off or is in the air needs to be returned to the United States, but those people need to be returned to the United States. However that's accomplished, I leave to you, but this is something that you need to make sure is complied with immediately. Did you defy the court's order, Madam Secretary?
No, Kristen, and that's one of the things.
No, that's why they left it up to the Supreme Court and they won in the Supreme Court. So, no, they didn't defy the courts. They just took it to the higher courts. And for some reason, they don't like when you do that. They really don't like that.
That we continue to face across this country is activist judges who are using radical decisions that have no standing and no grounds to try to stop what President Trump is doing to protect America and to keep us safe. So we'll continue to do the right thing, continue to work and protect Americans, no matter what radical judge comes out and tries to stop us. We'll do the right thing and know that we're on the side.
All right, now let's go to the radical right or the far right. By the far right, I mean Alex Jones. Shout out to Alex Jones.
We're not going to put up with these kind of assaults on law and order by people who shouldn't even be in our country. We must now re-examine every single alien who has entered our country from Afghanistan under Biden, and we must take all necessary measures to ensure the removal of any alien from any country who does not belong here or add benefit to our country. If they can't love our country, we don't want them.
Let's look. I mean, shout out to James Foley. I didn't read this, but he said 13 months. He's been a member for 13 months. He says, my wife hears your voice more than mine's. which is wild as hell to say, James. But you know, I love you, dog. I mean, you can always trust James to say the most wildest things.
At what Trump's doing on the border and national sovereignty and the plan of the Democrats with Cloward and Piven and replacement migration of the UN to flood us under Obama, and then Biden had slowed down massively under Trump. 40 plus million legal aliens, 20 million of them under Biden, many of them kidnapped children, sex slavery, slave labor, absolutely insane. Trump's now calling again for Mayorkas' arrest. But yesterday he announced he signed an executive order banning all immigration indefinitely from any third world nation in the world, saying we're full, we have to absorb this. It is absolute bedlam and total insanity. Even as we progress technologically, immigration policy has eroded those gains and living conditions for many. I will permanently pause migration from all third world countries to allow the U.S. system to fully recover. Terminate all of the millions of Biden illegal admissions, including those signed by Sleepy Joe Biden's auto pin, and remove anyone who is not a net asset to the United States or is incapable of loving our country, end all federal benefits and subsidies to non-citizens of our country, denaturalize migrants who undermine domestic tranquility, think Ilhan Omar, and deport any foreign national who is a public charge, security risk, or non-compatible with Western civilization. These goals will be pursued with the aim of achieving a major reduction in illegal and disruptive populations, including those admitted through the unauthorized and illegal auto pin approval process. Our reverse migration, that's the opposite of replacement migration, can fully cure the situation. Over that, happy Thanksgiving to all.
Look at them. Look at them. They are citizens now.
Except those who hate, steal, murder, and destroy everything that America stands for. You won't be here for long. This is in amongst the most viral things he's ever said and ever done. Bravo. Absolutely. That is what we need. Holy crap. There are shockwaves being sent through America tonight as Trump made his speech. The crimes of the Biden administration are not going to be forgotten. Here's President Trump, and that dovetails with Stephen Miller going haywire. This is powerful. I told you Trump was about to course correct. This is what it's all about. And then play clip 30, explaining what the immigration laws are like in other countries. I told you Trump was about to course correct. We put pressure on him. You put pressure on him, and it's happening. And just like that, you see the change. Because we're not black-pilled. We're not white-pilled. We're action-pilled. And you are the tip of the spear when it comes to action. You are the info war, damn it. Do you understand how important you are? I don't have to pat you on the head.
I'm weak.
We're the best there is. We're not bragging. We're not prideful people. God put us here. Jesus Christ. We're just working according to God's plan to be as bold as a lion and stand up when evil floods in. The Spirit of the Lord will lift up a standard against it. Well, that's who you are. So don't forget it. Here's the clips.
Afghanistan, a hellhole on earth. He was flown in by the Biden administration in September 2021 on those infamous flights that everybody was talking about. Nobody knew who was coming in. Nobody knew anything about it. His status was extended under legislation signed by President Biden, a disastrous president, the worst in the history of our country. This attack underscores the single greatest national security threat facing our nation.
Oh, shoot. Shout out to my man Josh for sending the high five for 100. I just seen it. Appreciate the support.
The last administration let in 20 million unknown and unvetted foreigners from all over the world, from places that you don't want to even know about. No country can tolerate such a risk to our very survival. An example is Minnesota, where hundreds of thousands of Somalians are ripping off our country and ripping apart that once great state. Billions of dollars are lost, and gangs of Somalians come from a country that doesn't even have a government, no laws, no water, no military, no nothing. As their representatives in our country preach to us about our Constitution and how our country is no good. We're not going to put up with these kind of assaults on law and order by people who shouldn't even be in our country. We must now re-examine every single alien who has entered our country from Afghanistan under Biden, and we must take all necessary measures to ensure the removal of any alien from any country.
And shout out to my man Chase.
One, and another one, and another one, and another one.
Appreciate the support, big dog.
Another one.
Who does not belong here or add benefit to our country. If they can't love our country, we don't want them. America will never bend and never yield in the face of terror. And at the same time, we will not be deterred from the mission these service members were so nobly fulfilling. That is why tonight I can announce that I have directed the Department of War to mobilize.
All right, now let's go ahead and see if we can get into this video a little bit. Hopefully, you never know. Hopefully, YouTube being generous. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they both believe in working out. They both believe, I mean, sure, the Athens believe more in mental sharpening, but I mean, even then, that was based off competition that men usually engage in. So there wasn't a difference in masculinity, maybe in sophistication for sure, but masculinity, no, not at all. Shout out Tove, appreciate the support, sis. Like, you're not wrong. They want husbands without having to be wives, and ain't that the truth? I mean, man, it was kind of funny how she named like none of the masculine like characteristics that actually, you know, don't help out women, like hunting. Or I would say, well, what's the word? What's the best word for it? I say sometimes being abrasive. Dark humor. What's the word I'm looking for? It's true. Stoicism don't help out. Yeah. The masculinity the characteristics of stoicism, competitive, that don't help out women either. So it is funny how she just named all the characteristics that, well, help out women. It's kind of funny. But it goes to show how a lot of women view men. They kind of take out the stuff that they want from us and leave out everything else. It's like that, as if that's all we're supposed to be. Damn, that sucks. Damn. That's just like saying women are just supposed to be, I don't know, like maids and sex slaves. Maids and sex. I don't know why that left, because men like that sacrificed, and then y'all turned around and told them they were evil, and then turned around and said everything about them is toxic. So why would that type of strong man be promoted into the next generation if that strong man was shamed? And our generation seen those strong men get shamed. So why would we want to go ahead and pick up those characteristics? And then y'all switch up and be like, well, no, we missed those guys. Y'all switched up on them. Y'all said they wasn't shit. Now you miss them? Oh, okay.
Models. We have to understand.
Oh, now I'm really confused what the hell she's talking about. Because, Hellenistic Stoicism is a philosophy founded in Athens by Zeno of Critium around the third century BC, that teaches that the path to happiness lies in living a life of virtue and reason in harmony with nature. I mean, let's see, key tenets include accepting what is outside of your control, which is basically Stoicism, distinguishing between what you can and cannot control, which is basically still Stoicism, and using, let's see here, reason to cultivate inner virtue. I mean, I don't really see too much of a difference, to be quite honest, but okay. That's what I'm saying. It's like stoicism. Just because you put a word in front of it, I ain't gonna lie. But she actually spitting some truth. There is some truth to the red pill community that there were guys feeding these young men like the worst narrative, like, oh, if you ain't 6 foot plus, you're screwed. Or, oh, if you're not getting, or, oh, you like these women don't love nobody and all this wild stuff, like the most negative perspectives. Like, I'll be real with you, but Andrew Tate was not that one of them, to be quite honest. Like, no, he wasn't one of those guys. But no, she is right. There were guys in that space that just were giving guys the most negative view of women and a hopeless. They called it like turning them black pills, where they just feel completely hopeless about women. There ain't no use even trying. Denzel. I mean, if anything, I think a lot of guys, they try to preach about, there's guys who just blame women for everything. Then there's them, like, those are the black pill guys, I guess. And then I guess these red pill community guys, those were the guys I guess were calling out so-called female nature. And I mean, that's where they sprung it from. So they didn't really blame women. They just said, oh no, this is how women are, and you just got to accept that. And I mean, I can't be mad at that type of way of thinking. I mean, all right, if you're just saying this is the way they are, it is what it is, then okay. I don't agree with 100% of what they were saying, but they touched on some good points.
It's not completely true. I blame
Kevin Samuels, Myron Gaines. Who else was a decent one back in the day? I can't even think of a second. I'm only thinking of those two top ones for real. Interesting.
Some women.
Get a job, Parker. Probably one of the most bad faith debaters I have ever seen. But I ain't gonna lie. The kid's smart, fast talker. So he likes to catch people up by fast talking and throwing a whole bunch of questions at you. I kind of don't like that's the way a lot of these top Democrats debate, or these top influencers who are Democrats debate. They just like talk really fast and throw a whole lot of questions at you. And it's just like, okay. And then while you're answering question number one of the five of them, they ask you one spew, they interrupt you and then goes off on answering more, asks you more questions. It's like, what the hell? It's like a spiral of questions until they can catch you up on a question that you don't know. It's actually pretty clever if you just let them bully you like that. The problem, though, usually the good traits also come with the bad ones. Like, that's what you guys are doing. You guys are trying to separate and pick and choose how you want men to act, and you only want them to act on certain traits and not the other ones. But it's an all-in-one deal. Sorry, just like women, it's an all-in-one deal when it comes to femininity. We don't tell women to, we only want you to do this, and you can separate all of this. It's like that wouldn't be fair to women. So it's not fair to guys to tell us to only enact certain characteristics of our masculinity. It's an all-in-one deal. Take it or leave it. I mean, come on now, like women, you could always be gay. Almost knowing when it's okay to be emotional, when it's okay to show emotion, because sometimes you just gotta look around and read the room and understand that you got to be the more composed one, and you just can't be the one falling out. Like, even when you say, "Oh, well, you don't cry when a family member died." I mean, yeah, but when I was at my aunt's funeral, I didn't cry. Maybe after, for sure, but while I was there in front of all the family members and all that, no, I did not. Means the problem, though, and this is what Parker sounds crazy to me. He's like, so I need somebody else to validate my emotions, and this is why he goes to That's why he goes to therapy, and he's about to make that argument because Pierce is about to make him mad. You already see the vein popping out in his neck. But yeah, Pierce is about to make him mad by saying, bro, you don't need therapy for somebody to validate your emotions. You just need to validate your emotions yourself. And I'm not sure what's wrong with inside of you, Parker, to where you need somebody else to validate what's within. And I always do say you can't fix what's inside looking out. And that's the problem with therapy. You're trying to fix what's inside your own head, your own emotions, and you're trying to look out for somebody else to help you fix it when it's really all on you. I mean, sure, somebody talking to somebody kind of kicks the emotion down the line. You're kicking the can down the road, but you're not really solving the problem. So this is also why I don't really go to therapy either. You got to address it yourself. Oh, okay. I'm not even playing it. Oh, okay. All right, then it's about that time to switch over, guys. They are hitting me with that warning. They hit me with the warning. They said, oh, somebody's trying to report the stream, most likely. But it is what it is, man. People gonna hate. But all right, now let me go ahead and get over to this Ryan Dawson video, and we can end out on a conspiracy hour because y'all guys hit the goal, and I appreciate that. Appreciate that for real. All right, here, let's see. Make sure to like the video, guys, because what we're gonna watch next is Empire Unmasked. He actually redid this. Like the first one he did was janky as hell, but hopefully this one he cooked on. So let's see it. And shout out to Toe. She says, "Song set. Pull up the song What It's Like to Be a Man by Dax." All right, no problem. Here.
His assassination was.
All right. But I say I thought I put up the wrong video for a second. Like, hold on. All right, here we go.
If you're old enough to have lived through 9/11, you probably just thought to yourself, I remember where I was when I learned the news. It's a moment burned in our memories like JFK's assassination was for those who were around on that day. We all knew a dynamic shift had been made. Once remarkable, the old New York skyline preserved in films and media now marks a time of pre-9/11 innocence. But what really happened? How could it have been avoided? George Bush's simplistic "they hate us for our freedom" explanation doesn't cut it.
They hate our freedoms.
It's a very dark and hard pill to swallow, but there are people of enormous evil and indifference to humanity who are willing to sacrifice the innocent and orchestrate pretexts for wars. It was not their first rodeo. State-sponsored terrorism is not new. Bringing the violence to U.S. soil at this scale shattered the obfuscation that distance provided in the past. Zog had reached a new height of chutzpah.
All right, now we're just gonna go ahead and do this quick musical interlude real quick for Tove. Shout out Tove. And shout out to that song. But all right, then let's get right back into it.
"9/11 was a multinational, jointly conducted covert operation by a U.S., Israeli, and Saudi Arabian intelligence nexus that used an al-Qaeda cell as a battering ram. The plot to ram planes into buildings dated back to at least 1995 by men who had previously attacked the World Trade Center in 1993. Al-Qaeda was not then, now, or ever clearly divorced from covert state sponsorship. Understand this. Realpolitik is dead. Nations do not always act in their national interest. They act for the select personal and commercial interest of the state body. U.S. foreign policy has been driven by Israeli interest for decades.
Israel has run American foreign policy in the Middle East for 30 years. That's how it works. We have an Israel lobby. We have this clean break strategy. We have a plan for 7 wars in 5 years. And what's interesting is they actually kind of carry out this madness. They don't explain any of it to the American people. They don't tell anybody, but you can watch step by step. We've had 6 of those 7 wars. The only one that hasn't happened is Iran. And if you watch every day now, the MSM, the mainstream media, is pushing for U.S. war with Iran. Netanyahu's pushing for war with Iran.
So not a hypothesis.
Oh, yeah.
It is fact. Iraq, Iran, in Libya are racing to develop nuclear weapons. So now what is the next step? I believe that the next step is to choose. It's not a question of whether you have to take action,
Choose the right one.
but what kind of
Hey, shout out. Actually, I'm meaning to have this conversation. Yo, Amir, man, welcome back. How's the internet right now? You can go ahead and... Huh?
Is that better? Can you hear me?
Yeah, man, but it's still a little bit like shaky.
Yeah, the weather's not too good around here as well.
Shoot, I don't know. You might have to. Let's see here. I don't know. See if you can go downstairs or something, because the mic is cutting up too much. Like,
Let me see.
talking.
I'll try something else. One second. How are you anyway? You okay?
Yeah, everything's all good, man. Everything's been cool. Hopefully, everything's been all right with you guys out there in the UK.
Yeah, I'm just taking the time for the rest now.
All right, sounding.
How's everything on your side?
Dang. Hold on here. Hold on. Try to exit and come back in. Try to exit and come back in because it's still kind of shaky. So try to refresh it again.
action and against who? I think of the three, Saddam is probably in many ways a linchpin. If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region.
Right after 9/11, about 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the joint staff who had used to work for me. And one of the generals called me in. He said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, No. He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, "We're going to war with Iraq. Why?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "I guess they don't know what else to do." So I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al Qaeda?" He said, No. He says, "There's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq." So I came back to see him a few weeks later. And by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, "Are we still going to war with Iraq?" And he said, "Oh, it's worse than that." He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper. And he said, I just got this down from upstairs, meaning the Secretary of Defense office today. And he said, "This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran."
Clark is saying already by September 21st, 2001, that they decided to go to war with Iraq. That's only 10 days after 9/11 and only 3 days.
All right, now let's see if we can go ahead and get this one going. All right, how's it sounding now?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I can hear you. Just it still sounds a little bit choppy. It's not like the first time when you were talking, like that first 30 minutes, like you were sounding clear. But go ahead and talk. Go ahead. Let me gauge the mic because
What's the date?
we did want to ask you, on your comments on the criticism of Islam, what's going on over there in the UK. So we did want to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so yeah, sure, no problem. Who have you got on the panel today?
Let me see here. All right, guys. Like, how's it sounding? And he's like, "Wow." All right. He got. What the? Oh wow. I'm not even playing anything. That's the funny part. Really? All right. Well, just knock that one out. Man. Oh, apparently they paused the stream for some crazy reason. I just noticed. Stream has been temporarily blocked for some strange reason. It is what it is. But, well, we are still live on Twitch, X, and Rumble and Kick, so we're good on that note. But we're going to go ahead and wait till YouTube pops back up. But anyway, though, shoot. Let's just go ahead and test. Can you test out the mic a little bit?
Yeah. Is everything okay now?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's good.
Okay. So how's things been over your sides?
Oh, everything's been all right. Everybody's still tripping about, Dearborn, Michigan, and the Somalis in Minnesota. And you already know how, if you haven't been hearing, we've been thinking about doing like a remigration of these guys.
Obviously, I've heard about Dearborn. What's up with the Somalians? I haven't heard nothing about that. What's that about?
It's about like 80,000 of them that kind of migrated to a certain part of like one of our states. So it's kind of like what they did with you guys in Pakistan with the Pakistanis. They kind of migrate them all in one section. And then you guys are kind of just dealing with the consequence of that. Well, that's kind of what they did to us over here. They kind of let them all pile into one part of Minnesota, and they completely changed the demographics.
Okay. Exactly the same here. They put the same people in the same area. So, you're going to get, bad stuff going on in that area. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But now there is a lot of questions though that people did want to ask you about Islam and all that good stuff. Of course, about the Islamic takeover, and of course about the Pakistan. Well, here's the thing: when you was describing the problem in the UK and the Pakistan's coming over here, why do you think they have people like Tommy Robinson out there? Like, what do you think about guys like Tommy Robinson? Like, that was bringing up that one kid that was pretty much being a nuisance on everybody, and it does seem like the UK was trying to cover it up.
Obviously, I'm Pakistani myself. And say, what was the question? Is it Tommy Robinson?
Tommy Robinson?
Yeah. Sorry, what was the question I was asking?
Oh yeah, what do you think about Tommy Robinson and this, and how he's viewed and how he's painting Muslims out there in the UK?
Well, basically, what you need to know about Tommy is, first of all, he's funded and he's paid for by Mossad and the IDF. I don't know if you knew that.
All right. Well, because he was pushing pretty back on the hard. It was like, what was it? It was this one, I believe it was like a Syrian kid. Not really a kid from Syria, or I guess, yeah. And
school, yeah.
All right, yeah,
Basically, what happened there was, obviously the Syrian kid got beaten up by one of the other kids from the same school who was white, and obviously there's a big hoo-ha, big uproar, and he went undercover to speak to the teachers and people that about this what happened and blah blah blah, and obviously he does twist the truth a lot. He has got although he says he's just against migration, he has got a big hatred for Muslims, and especially Pakistani Muslims, because the town he was born and grew up in, Luton, was predominantly mixed, but there was a large Asian Muslim Pakistani community there, and they are obviously, you get your radicals in every society, and they were in Luton, it did change quite a lot, one of the things is his ex-wife ran away with a Pakistani taxi driver. So
Oh wow.
that's another reason, why he's got the oomph against the Pakistani people. But like I said, he is mainly funded by the IDF and Mossad and the Zionists. I don't know if about a month ago he was actually in Jerusalem. I don't know if you've seen that.
Yeah, when he was in yeah, I seen when he was in Jerusalem. Like, oh, I know he's really good with the with them boys, but that let's be real, that's because he goes so hard against Islam. But what I want to
Yeah.
know is that, like, is there, because, like, let's be real, it does seem like there are rape gangs going on in over there. So what is the Muslim community over there doing to, like, tackle that? Because, like, let's be real, it does make you guys look bad. So, and one of his main arguments is that you guys kind of hide it. So, go ahead.
I'm not gonna say it's not happening or it doesn't happen. Yes, it is happening, and yes, it is the Pakistani gangs that are involved. But if you look at it, overall, it's not as bad or it's not as much as the main perpetrators, which are the English people. Obviously, it's the English country, it's the English nation. Obviously, you're going to get more crimes committed by English and white Christian people. But what you have to understand is any crime or especially crimes of that nature that are committed by Pakistanis is given a lot more attention and a lot more media coverage than, say, if somebody from any other religion or background was to do it. But I'm not saying it's the Pakistanis are not doing it or they haven't done it. Yes, they are, and I am ashamed because I'm Pakistani myself, and it does make us look bad. But like I said, it is not as bad as is portrayed on the media. But then again, a paedophile is a paedophile, be it Pakistani, be it English, be it black, be whatever. That's wrong, and pedophiles are wrong no matter what. But obviously, with the Pakistanis, they get more coverage, and it makes it look more bad than what it actually is.
Now, in your belief, do you believe that there are Pakistani communities that is trying to hide any of these, like, sexual assaults or any type of crimes that's being done within the community?
What do you mean by hide?
Well, all right, these are also one of Tommy Robinson's claims that these rapes that happen in these Pakistani communities are hidden by those that are around them. They don't get reported. I mean, or I believe these people are either coerced or threatened, or these people in the Pakistani community actually hide these guys. Like, have you heard of anything like that?
No. If personally myself, if I knew somebody from my community who was doing any of this stuff, I would, call them out, make sure they got dealt with. I wouldn't say the Pakistani community are helping or hiding the perpetrators that are doing this. What has been said is that when this was happening, and when Tommy Robinson first came out, which is about 15 years ago, that this is happening, and the police and the services, social services are covering up for it, and they're not telling you the truth. That was like 15 years ago, and now 15 years later, what he said, is coming out to be true. It was happening, and it was being allowed to happen, but it's not mainly Pakistan Pakistan is the way it's been portrayed out to be.
Okay.
You know, there is.
All right, now I'm gonna have to give you a bit of a hardball
Pakistan-
on some of these. Now I'm gonna have to give you a bit. That's where we're getting into the bit of the hardball part of it. So, when on Islam, when it comes to child marriage, is that something that majority of Islam practice? And if it is, then why isn't this something that, I mean, why isn't it being corrected? Because it is like right now in common era, this is yeah, it's not something.
Go on. I'll let you finish. Sorry, carry on.
Oh yes, but is this child marriage something that is even prevalent in your community now? Like, are you guys still doing this? Do you guys practice the age limit of, you know, the country that you're in, or do you practice the age limit with this, which is allowed in the religion?
Basically, it is not happening. Definitely not in this country. It definitely doesn't happen, or mainly in Muslim countries. Obviously, I live in this country, and we have to follow the rules of this country and the laws of this country. It does not happen. Even now, the age, 18 and above, that's the age. We get married 18 and above in the Pakistani or Muslim, communities. Obviously, in places like Pakistan and Bangladesh or them places, it's probably 16 and above. But in some places around the world, it's 14, there's 15, it's 16. But it's not, anything under 18 in the Pakistani community. Obviously, I can understand where you're coming from, because obviously with all that's been said about our prophet, marrying a 9-year-old. But what you have to remember is, at that time, things were different. Although he did marry at 9, he didn't, have a sexual relationship with her until she hit puberty. But like I said, at them times, customs and rituals were different to what we have now. I mean, even after Muhammad, in this country, I think it was Henry VIII's father, he married the queen from, or who he married was some woman.
Okay. Now hold on here. Now there's one more question I do have to ask you. One more question there, because and then we got to go ahead and move it on. But now, would you rather fight for Pakistan or the UK? And the reason I ask you this is because, well, the problem is when a lot of other people from other countries come over here, we do want to wear their loyalties too. So if things were to go down, whose side would you be on, the UK or Pakistan?
Obviously, I'm born and bred in this country, and if this country was to go to war with some other country, obviously I will back this country. But what I will say,
if your country was to go to war with Pakistan, then who would you be with?
Obviously, it depends on the circumstance. Why is the war happening in the first place? Now, for example, let's say when America and Britain went to war with Iraq, weapons of mass destruction, I would not go to war at all for this country, if you know what I'm saying. And
okay, I get you. It depends on the reason.
Be a war, yeah, but I'll be honest with you, if the West is going to war, it's always for the wrong reason. Obviously, in the media, they're going to portray why they're going to war for, they're going to justify it, but it's all, sorry about my words, it's all bullshit. You know what I mean? Yeah, like, obviously, Pakistan, our leader, Imran Khan, has been put in jail. But why has he been put in jail? Because of America's say so. everybody in Pakistan over there, and the Pakistanis in this country, and wherever they are around the world, majority of them support Imran Khan. But he was put in jail because of America say so, because he would not, back down against America, and he wouldn't stop giving his support to Russia, and he wouldn't like basically be a puppet like the rest of the presidents or prime ministers Pakistan are towards the West. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. I got you. Well, all right, man. We're gonna go ahead and move it along on this one. Sure, I do have to go ahead and switch up the video because YouTube's being a bit childish. But bro, I do appreciate you, Hassan. Hopefully we can get you on here with some better Wi-Fi, my man. You know, people in the chat say you might need to invest
Hopefully
in
next time
Starlink.
I'll make sure I sort that out for the next.
All right.
But how can I? Are you on TikTok or?
Yeah, I'm on TikTok as well. You just at S.E.T Media. I think it's S.E.T Media Info on TikTok.
Media, okay. S.E.T Media Info, yeah.
Yep. Let's see here. Let me make sure so I ain't, because I just posted TikTok. I don't really go live on there like that all the time. Yep, it's at S.E.T Media Info on TikTok. So go ahead and follow me on there.
Go live on YouTube.
Yeah, mainly go live on YouTube, Twitch, X, Rumble, Kick, mainly those.
Oh, okay, no problem. But hopefully next time I'll make sure my internet's sorted, and you take care of yourself. I'll pay for you. You pay for me, and hopefully this world turns a leaf, and everybody could live in peace together.
Amen, brother, amen. But anyway, dude, man, you have a good one, man. Be safe out there.
And you, my brother, you take it.
All right, man, have a good one. Hey, all right, man. Shout out to our man Hassan. I know, man, the audio. If the audio is better, I mean, trust me, my man, he knows what he's talking about, so I'll give him that one. So I do want to have like a clear conversation with him, but I was able to get a good amount of information out of him, to be quite honest, and where he stood on a lot of things. So I'm happy with it so far. But that's why I couldn't really do the interview as long as I want, because, well, the sound. But hey, we're gonna go ahead and get right back into it. For some reason, YouTube was being childish, extremely childish. Like I couldn't finish a damn thing. Like whoever reported my stream, bro, when they report my stream, it's almost impossible. Be real with you guys, it's almost impossible to play a video after it, because now the AI is just going to keep on trying to strike it down just on the maybe factor that I'm playing, third party or copyrighted content. And if I get hit with a copyright or a third party copyright strike, I got to wait a whole nother year to get my play button. So I can't even play around. But all right. What I'm about to go ahead and do, I guess I can go ahead and wrap it up on this note. I'm weak. When my dog says I hear excuses, man, trust me, dog. I wish I could help with that man's Wi-Fi. But let me see here. Is there anything else y'all want me to go over? Because, man, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. When somebody tries to report the stream, it F's it up. I don't even think I could play this Candace video without it going down. Do I want to try it again? Nah, we're just gonna end it for tonight, guys. We'll just end it for tonight. Yeah, I'm sure it's one of the bots too, but F it, we'll just end it for tonight. I'll owe you guys a conspiracy hour tomorrow. Appreciate the support, guys. We're just gonna end off on some funny clips, and if they try to give me a copyright over the clips too, I will be so upset. But this has been S.E.T with S.E.T Media, guys, and I appreciate the support. Make sure you double tap the screen on the way out, and if you're on the vertical, go ahead and hit that icon on the top and subscribe to the channel. All right, guys, appreciate the support. Peace.
ICE is in Chicago. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know what to tell you. I was thinking about Panera for lunch. Did you not hear what I said? I said ICE is in Chicago. They're doing raid. Yeah, I did. I think I'm going to go with the half turkey sandwich and the tomato soup combo. That sounds really good. How can you be so indifferent right now? Fam, you do realize that they done took over whole apartment buildings and they been trying to get these people out for a while, and the mayor and the police ain't doing nothing. What do you think they're supposed to do? But they're discriminating against everybody trying to find illegal. They can't just discriminate against you based on your skin tone. Yeah, it's crazy, right? If they can do this to Hispanics, what makes you think they're not gonna do it for the African Americans, for the black? What did you just call me? What? Now it's offensive for me to call you black? No, it's what you said before that. What did you say I am? Oh, you want me to be politically correct African American? And what's the second word in African American? Oh, they can deport you too. To where? No, for real. Tell me where they're gonna deport.
Fyodor Dostoevsky, the master of human contradiction, once said, "Nothing is easier than to denounce the evildoer. Nothing is more difficult than to understand him." He didn't write to glorify pain or justify cruelty. He wrote to remind us that every monster was once a child who wanted to be loved. That behind every sin there is a reason we no longer try to see. He believed the soul is not divided between good and evil, but torn between what it hides and what it dares to confess. We judge easily because understanding requires us to look inside ourselves, to see the same chaos, the same fear, the same fragile longing for meaning. Dostoevsky understood that morality is not purity. It's the courage to confront our own darkness without pretending we're untouched by it. And maybe that's why his words still echo today, because we are all, in some way, trying to forgive the parts of ourselves we once condemned in others.
I'm not a YN anymore. Everything changed once, well, you know. I've got a quarter sip, chilling with my homies, sipping matcha, and I moved up to the suburbs, oh yeah. Don't you know that I've been this way? No more Nike Techs, I'm wearing quarter sips all day.
The man of knowledge must be able not only to love his enemies, but also to hate his friends. It sounds almost blasphemous in a world where we're taught that friendship is sacred and hatred is poison. And yet there's a profound truth hiding in these words that most of us are too uncomfortable to acknowledge. To love your enemies requires seeing beyond the surface, recognizing the humanity in those who oppose you, finding understanding where instinct demands rejection. But to hate your friends, that's the more difficult task. It means being willing to stand in opposition to those you care for when they are wrong. It means refusing to let affection blind you to falsehood. The person who seeks knowledge cannot afford the luxury of unconditional agreement. They must be willing to challenge even those ideas that come from beloved sources. They must recognize when loyalty becomes complicity, when friendship becomes an echo chamber. The pursuit of knowledge demands that we see the world and the people in it as they truly are. And sometimes that means loving what hurts us and questioning what comforts us.